Oi, lads. Hello guys, welcome to day 2. Straight into the action here. We've got Dafton Direct versus Mateus. We saw Mateus play yesterday. He was on his Rakdos mid-range deck and Dafton Direct's playing Grixis, so very similar decks, but Dafton Direct does have 3 main deck Orvars, which is obviously a haymaker in this matchup, and probably has contributed significantly to them going 5-0 in the first day. I really like the main deck Orvars and having one in the opening hand here. There's just so much discard and there's not too many decks not playing these. The new Plunder card, playing Connoisseur, so I think you can very much get away with having main deck Orvar. 3 copies, now 3's a lot, but I respect it greatly. Having one in opening hand, very good here. No discard yet for Mateus, but you would suspect they'll be drawing some soon. And even the Trespasser though, you can kill the Trespasser, activate your Orvar. It's so sick. Orvar is crazy. It's funny because when these new cards came out for Alchemy, we knew the discard cards was good, obviously we knew Painful Bond was good. It took us a few days to find Orvar though, but now that we've found it, it is backbreaking in these mirrors, or pseudo mirrors at least. And there we go. Remove your Trespasser and just create a Trespasser out of thin air, seems pretty good. Mateus looking at the Orvar in the graveyard just thinking, wait, why do I not have that card in my main deck? Oops. It's just so goddamn good. And Dafton Direct with 2 Connoisseurs in hand, which are another card that's very good in these mirrors. But, of course, Mateus not having access to the Orvars, so they will actually just go off uncontested. But Mateus does have a lot of removal, which is nice. Gonna lose probably some of these removal spells to the Connoisseurs. I don't think you're gonna discard the Meat Hook. I doubt you're gonna discard the Adversary. You're definitely not gonna discard the Painful Bond, so Dafton Direct was considering playing the Fable first there before the Connoisseur, but I agree with just cast your most expensive card on curve while you can. Meat Hook is decent. Always good to get at least 2 creatures with your Meat Hook if you can. Again, Dafton Direct kind of considering whether to just play the other Connoisseur or get the Fable rolling. I'm surprised they played that land down. I think it's obviously it's got its channel ability, so you can consider saving it in your hand. And when you combine that with the fact that you're going to get this loot next turn off of stage 2 of the Fable, I would consider keeping it in my hand there. Now maybe if you had like 2 lands in hand or 3 lands in hand, you could just put 1 down, of course, because you've got some other stuff to loot away. But as your only land in hand, I mean, even if you don't draw one and you want that 5th land, you can just place it next turn, right? There's the power of Molten Impact. One of the only removal spells in Alchemy that kind of, but not fully, cleanly deals with the Fable. So you can use Molten Impact on the 2/2 token, you can pull your 2 damage and use that 2 damage later to kill the flipped creature. We saw Dafton Direct remove a Trespasser earlier in the game with the Orvar in hand and using the word discard a card on that. Now, Mateus has played another Trespasser. No Orvar this time, so a lot more awkward to remove it. We're probably just going to play the Connoisseur and try and get a block off on it rather than actually using a removal spell. The word discard a card is just so strong. But despite getting that Orvar off earlier, both players kind of in a decent spot here. Daft and Direct is going to have the KKGK Connoisseur combo on board, but of course Mateus with some nice ways to deal with that. The issue is that he's only really got instants and sorceries in hand right now, so he's going to have to blow that 2 damage off the Molten Impact, but luckily got another one now. So gets to pull another 3 damage. Killing the Connoisseur is relevant because it lets you attack with the Trespasser, but obviously you need to make sure you're going to be able to kill that KKGK when it flips. And he is going to be able to, most likely. Meat Hook Massacre. Well, I mean, you really want to get rid of this Trespasser, but with Molten Impact, you're going to have to discard your land, and with the Meat Hook, you're going to have to kill your KKGK, so a bit of a downside to remove the Trespasser, no matter which option Daft and Direct goes for. I'm not sure you can really leave it in play, because if you're leaving it in play, you don't really have any cards that you can use on this turn. So you could leave it in play and attack with your Hive, or you could leave it in play, cycle your blood tokens, but you do risk bricking off of those blood tokens and then passing the turn back to Night. And it will be a 4-4 Trespasser. 3-3 Trespasser is already spooky, but once it becomes a 4-4, it is a massive threat. Daft and Direct does... The 2 blood tokens are very nice, and the blood tokens are quite important in this matchup, because once you get to 5-6 lands, you don't really need too many more lands, so all your blood tokens are going to be used in cycling those lands away. Now, it's maybe a bit different for Mateus. You can see he's got a 6 land down. He actually wants to go to 7 lands, because he's got a main deck Valky in his deck, so wants to get that Tibalt Planeswalker down at some point, which could be the difference maker here. Daft and Direct does play the land and passes the turn, which kind of makes sense. I mean, if you know, if you're not casting any spells, then the Trespasser is flipping to Night, so it's going to become a 4-4, so then you will need 6 lands to actually be able to Meat Hook. And getting a little bit paid off here. Mateus committing a second creature to the board that will die to the Meat Hook. And Daft and Direct gets Mateus to use that pulled 3 damage that we saw from the Molten Impact, so KKGK does die, but the KKGK was going to die anyway to the Meat Hook. So a nice play by Daft and Direct to just pass in there. I think if he was passing, probably should have attacked with a Meat Hook, with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant though, if you were going to pass. This is a easy Meat Hook here. Only needing to do it for 3 because it went back to day. Adversary, obviously 2 spells in 1. Kind of a close game here, I mean... Daft and Direct low on life total and not with a ton of cards, but does have a bond. And Mateus just getting really paid off in these mirrors for just having a list that's a little bit more greedy than the stock list. So most of these Rakdos decks are playing 3 adversaries. He's playing 4. Most of the Rakdos lists and Grixis lists are playing 0 Tibalts, and he's playing 1. So to have the edge in these mirrors, you don't need to change your deck list massively. You just need like 1 or 2 more top end threats than your opponent's gonna have, and then that will make you the favourite. Daft and Direct with the 3 main deck Orvars, even got to use one of those Orvars. And he's still just getting ground out by, essentially by this extra adversary. Siphon Insight is an interesting card. Also, another one that should be pretty good in the mirror. It's kinda scuffed in this spot, but it's a bit too slow right now. So Cycles it away with the blood token, can still use the flashback side. Finds a painful bond, which is pretty good. But there's the 8th mana for Mateus, now can do double spell off of the adversary. And that'll be very surprised if Mateus does not close this game out over the next turn or two. Just too many threats, and Daft and Direct is just a little bit too low. Swinging in for 7 here. Putting him down to 1. While drawing 2 cards and discarding 2 cards. Not bad. It's pretty good to put your opponent to 1 life when every card in their hand costs 1 life to cast. Mateus just like hugely benefiting from just being a little bit more greedy with his deck list here. That's an Invoke Despair. I mean, it's the only real card he can cast here, and it's just not enough. We go to game 2. Very impressive from Mateus. Kinda a good lesson in how to attack the metagame. You don't have to find out, okay, what's the best deck, and then play a completely different archetype that you think is strong against that deck. You can also just play the best deck and tech for the mirror, which is what both players have tried to do, just in a different way. So Mateus trying to tech for the mirror by going a little bit bigger, and Daft and Direct trying to tech for the mirror with the main deck Orvars, and to some extent the Siphon Insights. So both players trying to gain an edge in the mirror, and just in different ways, and both players have made it to day 2 pretty convincingly. Here we see the Cosmos Elixirs are back. Definitely one of the most underrated cards in Alchemy right now. Mateus' deck is just so damn greedy, it's crazy. All 4 adversaries, bringing in 2 Cosmos Elixir. He's also got the Orvars now, bringing in 3 Bank Busters. Sitting at 61 cards though, so gotta find a cut somewhere. Considering Tibble, I don't, not that. Oof. Okay, I heavily disagree with that, but we'll see how it works out. Daft and Direct, 5 lands, 2 Fables on the play, that is a snap keep. And Mateus got the Orvar, got the Bond on too, also got 2 Fables. Okay, good hands for both players here. Interesting for see Daft and Direct what his plan is with the Trespasser. Whether he will play that before the Fable. Got to expect that you just play the Fable first. Despite not having a 2-drop here, or some sort of 2-mana play, when you're on the play in these mirrors, you just want to get the Fable rolling. As we saw in Game 1, like one of the only real ways for Mateus to catch up against this Fable is, Well, there's two main ways. Either you can use a Molten Impact like we saw in Game 1, like a very effective removal against both of the creatures. Or you can just kind of play your own Fable on turn 3 as well, which Mateus should be able to do here. Which is not quite as good as using a Fable, a Molten Impact. Because Daft and Direct gets to make the treasure first, gets to kind of cast spend 5 mana, while Mateus only has 3. So you could even consider like playing the Fable, or using the Infernal Grasp on the 2/2 token, attack with the token, make a treasure, and you can get the second Fable down. Connoisseur draw makes it a bit more interesting. You might see that. But it's risky against these into these Orvars though. And this is why I really like both of the decks from these two players. Because after sideboard, the mirror actually changes significantly. Once everyone has these Orvars and everyone has all the grindy cards. So their plan of trying to gain that edge in game 1 as well. Here we go. Orvar trains. Absolutely ridiculous. Yep. 1 4-mana 3/3 gets cast, and suddenly there's 4 3/3s on the board. I love Orvar. I think there's some matchups in Magic when you're playing best of 3 where, let's say it doesn't really feel like a best of 3. Like, there's just not much changes from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. But in these mirrors, the play patterns of the post-sideboard games are so different to game 1 that you get to experience a lot within your one match. I think it's very cool, and Orvar is a big proponent of that. Proponent, which I think that's a word. I'm not a native English speaker. I've heard someone else say it, so it must be a word. This is generally how these games go. Like, and after sideboard, a little bit more grindy cards, as I said, so you're not going to run out of stuff as often or as quickly, but there's just such an insane amount of discard that at some point, at least one player gets to top decking pretty quickly. And normally both players. But in game 1 and game 2 so far here, it's kind of followed the same pattern where Mateus is keeping his card count very high somehow. Just this greedier version of the deck really paying off. Now, you might ask what, so if the greedy version wins the mirrors, then why isn't everyone playing the greediest version you can? Well, because there's trade-off, right? That's gonna cost you a lot in the aggro games. I think being greedier will be okay against the control decks too, probably even preferable, but Mateus does not want to play against mono white with this version, for example. It seems very good against other Rakdos decks, against the Grixis decks. I mean, if you're top decking, Meat Hook's not a bad one to get. As this game moves forward, we're going to start seeing the power of the blood tokens. It's making it so that your deck is so consistent. I mean, these Rakdos or Rakdos X decks are crazy. You've got Painful Bond, 2 mana draw 2. You've got your 4 copies of it. You've got 4 copies of Fable to loot 2 cards away. You've got 4 Connoisseurs and maybe some other cards that make blood tokens to loot cards you don't need away, which are generally going to be the extra lands. And it's... well, it's the main reason why these Rakdos decks seem to be better, or the best thing to be doing in the format. Your deck is simply more consistent than your opponent's. You will, over the course of the game, you will simply cast more spells than they do. I like passing here from Daft and Direct, rather than going crazy and just looting with the blood tokens already. You can hold up a hive block on the 2/2 token. Kind of not allowing Mateus to attack here. And then on the end of their turn, you can just loot the blood tokens then. Somewhat of a punish from the Connoisseur, but to be honest, once you're cycling away the blood tokens on your own turn and you've only got 5 lands, you're looking for your 4 mana cards, really. So it's quite likely that if Daft and Direct did it on their turn, not only would they be giving up 2 damage, 2 life, because you're allowing the 2/2 Goblin Shaman token to attack, but you're probably going to hit a card that you can't afford to cast anyway. Or you're looking for cards that you won't be able to afford to cast on that turn anyway. But now we have another side of the deck, and another reason to play this. The kind of soft lock from the CROKEYZ and the Connoisseur. So on Daft and Direct's upkeep, Mateus here can copy the Connoisseur after the card has been drawn for the turn, and you just discard it immediately. So basically only instants can be cast from now for Daft and Direct until either both the CROKEYZ or the Connoisseur is dead. Now, they did hit an Abrade, which is pretty good though. They have an Abrade. So the Connoisseur is going to die. But you can see why it's quite important not to get too aggressive with using your blood tokens. Like Daft and Direct, just something as simple as holding the blood tokens until their opponent's turn, until Mateus's turn, has saved so much life by threatening to block with the hive. 6 life has already been saved due to that. These type of decisions are what win and lose games. So despite Mateus being pretty far ahead at the moment, that 6 life that's been saved by Daft and Direct by being patient might buy them enough time to get back into this game. But the adversary in Mateus's hand is going to make that quite unlikely. Adversary is, not only is it a sick card by itself, it's great with CROKEYZ. And that's before you even start considering the fact that there's there's a Bankbuster with 2 charges on it in play as well. Just so much gas in Mateus's deck. There's a Molten Impact. That's a good start to getting rid of 2 CROKEYZ. Need another instant or sorcery though, to actually cash in that pulled 2 damage. Mateus could actually just... I'm surprised that he didn't go for the adversary last turn. Got to be honest. But also he is very far ahead, so just chilling, drawing off your bank busters, cycling away your blood tokens, using your Takinuma. Get back with that City Stalker. It's a nice place to be. Yeah, he had like 3 or 4 different ways to play that turn, and I believe all 3 or 4 lead to a win, so that's not so bad. So presenting the soft lock again, the upkeep discard lock, but this time no Abrade for Daft and Direct, so no way to interrupt it. Daft and Direct hits an adversary, that's going to get discarded. Doesn't really matter too much because, as you can see, need 5 lands and 2 of them to be red to actually make use of that adversary. And Daft and Direct's only got 1 red anyway. Looks like it's going to be a clean 2-0 for Mateus here. Just so much stuff to do. Got the soft connoisseur lock going, got these adversaries, still got 2 charges on this Bankbuster. About to draw another 4 cards. Just absolutely absurd. Looking swinging for 10 here while still holding back the Kikijiki. Although I guess you're only attacking for 8 most likely. Don't want to give up that 2/2 token to the Hive. Alright. Really, the only card that keeps Daft and Direct alive is a Meat Hook, but even if they drew a Meat Hook, it would just get discarded, so... Great game there from Mateus, and really showing the power of going a little bit bigger than your opponent in these mirrors. Alright, and we'll be back soon with the next round. Thanks, guys. Alright, we're back, guys. We've got the next round here. This is a lower bracket match between Ozymandias and Christoph Prinz. This is going to be Naya Runes versus the more like aggressive Rakdos Sacrifice version. Now, we saw a similar game to this yesterday, and it kind of played out as exactly as we suspected. So Naya Runes has the more explosive start and really the more consistent late game, at least in this matchup. And the Rakdos Sacrifice deck has got really a simple plan. Just trying to remove the first few creatures that the Naya Runes deck plays, and then using that window to close the game as fast as possible before the Naya Runes player kind of takes over again in the late game. So having a removal in the opening hand, very important. We see 1 Surge for Christoph. Really, we'll be looking for more than that though. He does have 4 Surge main deck and 2 Molten Impact, so at least got some more stuff to find, but has to find it. Very unlikely that just 1 Surge will be enough to slow down Naya Runes' deck. Although it is, to be fair, it's not the fastest start from Ozymandias. The Kamis are nice against Rakdos Sacrifice with the Trample, but they're only nice if you're casting enchantments. And while Scouds is a good card, it's also expensive. It only gives you 1 trigger on the turn it comes down, so... The Runeforge champion, obviously a great way to find some enchantments. A threatening creature by itself, plus you get to find a rune. All of the runes are kinda good in this matchup, really. The trample is effective against all the small blockers. The lifelink's effective against the kind of drain aspect of the Rakdos deck. And the haste rune is effective on your creatures that already have either lifelink or trample, like the Kami or the Naturalist. Naturalist, a decent draw for Ozymandias. Probably would have preferred just a land, to be honest. Now, the Naturalist kind of works like a land in ways that it's going to make most of your enchantment, or all of your enchantments cheaper, but most of your cards cheaper. But only if it survives. And we know about the Surge in Kristoff's hand. So you can see Kristoff kind of following the plan that we said. So he's got a lot of good proactive plays here with the Brushstroke, with the Synthesizer, with the Plunder, but really valuing playing slowly in the early game to make sure that the mana is available to remove these first few threats. And once those first few threats are gone, then I think you'll see him kind of blow all of his proactive things as quickly as possible to try and close this game. And we see it. So Ozymandias with a very powerful hand, but I mean, if you can't cast your... If you've got powerful 4 mana cards with only 3 mana, then they're not that powerful, huh? It goes for a discard on the Hallowed Haunting. Interesting choice to discard the Hallowed Haunting. Obviously, you could discard the Kami, which will come back from the graveyard once one of your enchantments die. But valuing heavily just having access to it right now. Seems like both players very aware of what their plan is in this matchup. And how they win. Kind of doing exactly what we said they should be doing. Every turn that passes where Ozymandias does not have a creature in play, you can just see Kristoff trying to get as much stuff into play as quickly as possible. And whenever there is a creature in play, just playing extremely slowly, making sure that they can remove that creature. That was a decent scout for Ozymandias. Yes, finds another Kami and another Runeforge champion. Kristoff has run out of removal now though, and this might be where Ozymandias starts to retake over the game. Kristoff just not quite managing to do enough in his window. He does have a Painful Bond, and he does have 2 synthesizers that he can crack, looking for a removal spell. But just like we saw yesterday, his Rakdos sacrifice deck, while its removal is incredibly efficient in the Voltage Surge and the Molten Impact, it is damage-based removal. So the Runes deck can absolutely get out of range of those damage-based removals, and then just snowball to a win that essentially can't be stopped. So I wouldn't be surprised, although in some matchups, as the Runes player, you're going to want to like diversify your threats and maybe put a rune on one creature, a second rune on a different creature. in this matchup, you just want to stack everything on one guy, over and over and over, trying to get out of range of these removal spells. So Christoph does find another Surge, but at Runeforge Champion, it's got 6 toughness. So you need a Surge and something else now, just to kill that creature, and then Ozymandias has more creatures in hand. The benefit of playing the red removal is its efficiency. It's 1 mana rather than, let's say, the 2 mana black removal spells that you have access to. Like Infernal Grasp, for example, which would be able to kill this Runeforge Champion. And here we go with another Scald's turn for Ozymandias, and again I would not be surprised to just see every single counter go on this Runeforge Champion. At the moment, Christoph needs 2 Surges to kill this Runeforge Champion. Yep. Just kind of giving up on ever killing it there. Removes the Naturalist instead. But this champion has Trample. It's an 8/8 Trample that's only going to keep getting bigger. And at this point, Ozymandias just wants to put some life gain on this thing. And then it will attack 2 or 3 times and this game will be over. Ozymandias is on 15 life and there is a Blood Artist in play, but very unlikely that Christoph can find 15 damage next turn. Even with all this card draw. 2 Synthesizers, 2 Blood Tokens, Painful Bond. Well, I mean, a Brushstroke is definitely a good start to finding what is now 14 damage. 13 after this block. The Brushstroke is an enchantment as well, so we'll be able to get a counter using this Generous Visitor that was stolen with the plunder. There's an Anvil as well. Okay. Maybe Christoph can steal this game. We'll see. Anvil. Sack the Synthesizer, make your token, draw your card. Land, not the most helpful thing. The second Brushstroke, meaning all of the blood tokens now deal 2 damage to Ozymandias' face. But just not quite there, huh? Not quite there, and I'm not sure that Christoph can take even 1 more attack from this Runeforge champion, especially after the buffs that it's going to receive on the next turn. But the Brushstroke and the Anvil draw have certainly made this game a bit closer than it was. So Christoph is effectively on 12 here, with the 7 life and the 5 toughness blockers against the trample creature. And it looks like Ozymandias will find that 12. With 2 Blood Artists blocking, plus all the other creatures, Ozymandias would actually die here at the end of combat, but their Runeforge champion damage will go through first, so it will be lethal. And that looks like game 1 to runes. Really showing the downside of using a card like Voltage Surge over a card like Infernal Grasp. This downside doesn't come up too often, really only against runes, so that's why players like Christoph are playing the Surge rather than the Grasp. But if you are playing against runes, you can see how quickly it gets out of control. To the point where you literally can't remove the creature. Now in Christoph's sideboard, it does have one Infernal Grasp, so he will have a way to actually remove one very large creature. So that's something. But you can see there's some smelters in the sideboard there. Could kind of pivot to a more aggressive plan. But I would be surprised if that happens. Ozymandias with Yasharn in the sideboard, which is a good answer to this Rakdos deck. Also the Catilda's coming in. Any life gain is just very good against the Rakdos deck, especially for runes, because as we saw in game 1, a lot of the time the Rakdos player will find a window in the game to kind of spew all their stuff out and try and close the game. But if you can get a Catilda down and get even one attack off with it, and make this Rakdos player have to do, say, 25 damage to you instead of 20, that window for the Rakdos player is so small that even that tiny bit of extra life would be enough to buy you the time to get to that late game point where you're getting these creatures out of range of the removal and you're just kind of snowballing to victory at that point. You're not playing Catilda here to make a 20/20 fly-in lifelinker and attack with it 100 times. You just want it to be a 5/5, hit with it once, and that'll be enough to buy you the time you needed. Another pretty good hand for Ozymandias here. Pretty bad hand for Christoph, only one land. Needs to find runner black sources for this hand to be even functional. And Ozymandias has found their one of Yasharn here, so... And Christoph does not draw the land. Does have a blood token and a synthesizer, so... both very inefficient ways to try and find that land, but... okay, at least they found one. Ozymandias' hand just so good though. Kami, 2 Naturalists, Scald, Yasharn, Protection Spell. Good lands. Christoph misses on his 3rd land again. Wonder pretty good though, and I think we'll see the Kami get discarded this time. We didn't see it discarded in game 1 because Ozymandias just needed the threats in hand immediately, but I think we can afford to put it into the graveyard this game and just wait till we get it back. Okay, that's a major punish for... could have discarded 2 cards there, but instead discarded 1 and gave Christoph a random card from Ozymandias' deck there, and he actually had a land which he desperately needed. Okay, there's a removal spell, which is decent. The Surge can remove the Naturalist, and then you've still got that Grasp for the next creature. You can see there's a face-up Runeforged Champion. That land off of the Plunder could prove to be very, very important. Gives Kristoff the ability to get the brushstroke down this turn. There we see the Kami coming back. This is a pretty simple turn for Ozymandias. Just cast your spells that you got from your scouts before you lose them. Goes for the Trample rune, which is obviously very relevant, but could have taken the Lifelink rune to use on the Kami, or maybe the Haste rune to use on the other Naturalist in hand. Decides to give up the Commune with Spirits just to get one of these runes down. Trying to get the Runeforged Champion out of range of those surges and those molten impacts, but we do see that one of Infernal Grasp for Kristoff, which is that kind of fallback against the runes deck for when one of the creatures inevitably gets out of range of your removal. So having access to that is just very important. Duress here. I had a choice between taking Commune with Spirits or the protection spell in Tamiyo, and actually chose the Commune with Spirits, which is interesting. Maybe just trying to minimize the chance that Ozymandias can find another Scouts. Kristoff thinking that he can maybe deal with these cards that are available right now. Just not wanting to give Ozymandias the ability to draw any more. Gets a Haste rune from the Plunder. Nowhere near as good in Kristoff's deck as it is in Ozymandias's. Ozymandias, not with much of a choice here, can either play the 2/2 drops out and hold up the Tamiyo, or go for the Yusharn and hold up the Tamiyo. Kind of priced in to play the 2/2 drops, since you are getting the Scouts triggers and you want that extra counter. Kristoff just trying to dig as deep as they can, as fast as they can, try and find more removal, really. More removal, more card draw, and try and leverage that decision to minimize the chance that Ozymandias found a Scouts with a Commune. It's recognizing that if I'm going to win, it's going to have to be soon. Never rewarded. There's the Scouts. Finds a Runeforged Champion, and here we see the Naturalist Champion combo allowing all these runes to be cast for 0. Gets lifelink on the Kami. And that should be game. Kristoff actually found that one of Infernal Grasp that he brought in from the sideboard, but just not enough. The game is not over yet, but it pretty much is. Kristoff is not dead, but he's going to die. You now basically can't kill this Kami ever again, and it's a massive trampling lifelinker. We might see Kristoff play it out, but I believe he is drawn dead, unless I'm mistaken. This matchup really just following the same pattern continually. We saw it yesterday, we saw it today. The Runes player plays a creature, the Rakdos player removes it. The Runes player plays a second creature, the Rakdos player removes it. The Runes player plays a third creature, and the Rakdos player can no longer remove it, and then that third creature just wins the game. It's happened repeatedly now. A lot of Blood Artist triggers here, so Kristoff's still not dead, but just with nothing they can draw. A deadly dispute that can't be cast, because of the Yasharn. Just rubbing it in. GG's and Ozymandias takes it. That was a lower bracket match, so sadly Kristoff Prince falls out of the tournament now. Ozymandias moves on. And we'll be back soon with the next match, guys. Alright, we're back. We've got another lower bracket match here, and this is actually going to be an Azorius control meta. Which is not something you see every day these days. But we've got our good friend Rizera from yesterday, and he's going up against Alexander Gluck. So the Azorius metas are going to be a little weird, as always. They always have been, really. Where game 1, the decks are filled with a bunch of useless cards against each other. Like the Divine Purges, and the Farewells, etc, etc, Doom Scars. But after sideboard, it should get a bit more interesting when all those cards go out and all the extra counter spells come in. But looking at the deck lists here, they're both players with 4 copies of Discover the Formula, both players with a bunch of Planeswalkers and stuff like that, so especially Wandering Emperor. We'll see how game 1 plays out, but it can come down to something as simple as who draws the least dead cards. And you're hoping that all your card draw spells, like your Beholds, your Deluges, actually in Alexander's case, he's running one Witness the Future. You're hoping to just get past those dead cards as quickly as possible and get to your very small number of action spells, at least in game 1. Alexander does have a copy of Test of Talents though in the main deck, which could be a difference maker. One copy of Test of Talents, you can hit that on Rizera's Discover the Formulas. That makes it so tough for Rizera to keep up. The player's just trying to get connected here. We can see them in the game. It's kind of weird that they're not getting matched. But yeah, a bunch of dead cards for each player in game 1. I mean, you're talking like 3 and 4 Purges, 2 and 2 Doom Scars, 1 and 2 Farewells. All these cards essentially useless. It can come down to like Hall attacks, Emiria's calls, these type of things. Alexander's deck is slightly different though. I mean, Rizera's blue-white control, we saw it yesterday, it's a very typical control deck. A bunch of removal, bunch of draw, and a small number of threats. He has the 2 dragons, the 2 Tefts, the 2 Legion Angels, the 3 Emperors. Alexander's deck is slightly more proactive though. He's playing some of the new blue alchemy creatures. With the Siphoners, 4 copies of the Siphoners, 4 copies of the Spell Thief, which I think is a very good card. So that Spell Thief could be huge. A 3-mana 3/2 flash that's gonna conjure a duplicate of any spell that's currently on the stack. But I think I might give the edge to Alexander here, at least in game 1. He just has a little bit less dead cards than Raizeru has. And as we saw in the Rakdos mirrors earlier, you don't need to have a massive amount more than your opponent. Just a little bit more can be enough to get the win. And Alexander does have a little bit more here. But we're into the game now, let's see what's up. There's a Siphoner and a Spell Thief for Alexander. That's got to be a snap keep. It's exactly what he's looking for, really. As many proactive plays as possible with some of the card draw. Raizeru's hand also powerful, but only 2 lands and on the play. And really not got anything to do until that Hef. Alexander did place the Jawari as a land, so looks like Raizeru might be able to actually get this Teferi down. Alexander with the Spell Thief though potentially gets to copy the Teferi. There's Legion Angel. So I mean you can copy Legion Angel, but it's not quite as good for you as it is for the person that has it in their deck, because you've got no Legion Angels in your graveyard, in your sideboard to fetch. But it is a 4-power flyer. So it's not bad. I really like that Spell Thief, I think it's super good. Raizeru just hitting these land drops like a god. I wouldn't be surprised to just see him slam this dragon again. Players just getting all their threats down quickly as possible. Not how I expected this game to play out, at least game 1. A Behold from Alexander. Needs to find some lands. It's a land and another Spell Thief, it's not bad. This dragon's gonna get an attack off though if Raizeru wants to make an attack. It's another land drop, but a tap land this time, so not gonna be able to get the Discover off. I suspect we'll either see an attack with the dragon and just play the other angel, or maybe no attack and play the Teferi and use the dragon to protect Teferi. Looks like it is going to be attack into angel. I guess the attack gives you... You have attack into angel, but there's also the possibility that when you connect with your dragon, you might draw a land there, and then you do have the ability in that case to, or an untapped land, and you do have the ability in that case to hold up the Discover the Formula. We do see a Spell Thief on the Teferi. Again, not quite, just like the Angel was not quite as good for Alexander, this Teferi is also not quite as good for Alexander because Raizeru does have a flying attacker here, so we'll be able to just kill that Teferi easily if it goes for a plus. Because of the ward, not able to actually play Teferi and tap down the dragon, sadly, to kill that. to kill Ryzeru's Tef. So interesting spot here. This dragon, kinda hard to deal with. Doesn't activate the Teferi, so Fateful Absence can be used here. Missing the window to get a Tef activation off. Kind of a huge mistake there. Gets in for 3 for the Teferi, but Ryzeru getting to untap here with the dragon and the Teferi still in play, which is an extremely difficult board state for Alexander to come back from here. Alexander's tapped out, so can just resolve the Discover if Ryzeru wants to, or could... Jawari's an interesting draw. That leaves you can play the Angel and hold up the Jawari if you want. I suspect we'll just see Discover here, because you get to untap this Jawari and you've now got 7 lands. We know there's a lot of 2-mana spells in Ryzeru's deck that will get discounted by the Discover the Formula. So could go Discover for 6, hit one of those 2-mana cards, get it discounted to 1 and still cast that 1-mana spell. Alexander just forced into wrathing their own board, really, just to get rid of this dragon. And the Teferi is still in play. There's the test of talents, though. The one-off test of talents. Wow. That is huge. All 4 Discover the Formulas exiled. Okay. And suddenly, we've got ourselves a game. This Teferi is still going off, but no crazy card draw, no crazy discounts gonna be coming out from Ryzeru this game. And Alexander still has access to their copies of Discover the Formula. You see one in the hand right now. The second dragon, though, just as much of a problem as the first one was. No second Doomscar. Alexander actually, with the Siphoners, can even get those Test of Talents back to hit more of the instants and sorceries from Ryzeru's deck, but really the problem right now for Alexander is not, surprisingly, is not a lot of instants and sorceries from Ryzeru's deck. The problem is this dumbass dragon. Just so hard to kill. It's bigger than all of Alexander's creatures. It's got Ward. Just very tough to remove with anything other than Doomscar, really. Doesn't die to the Purges. Looks like Alexander's going for Emeria's Call tapped into a pass, so holding up Discover, could flash in the Siphoner and get the Test of Talents back. Having the Behold and the Discover in hand does make these Siphoners cost 4 mana though, rather than 2. Dragon's just gonna get in for another attack here, gonna draw another card, gonna deal another 5 damage. And we'll probably see Teferi untap it again to reapply its ward. Rizera with up to 8 mana available this turn. Looks like they're deciding between either having 7 mana and getting the Jawari down tapped, or holding up all 8 mana. It seems pretty free to just play the island to me though. I mean, you could play the Jawari tapped, but you get to untap it with Teferi anyway, and you get an untapped land that way. There just doesn't seem to be any reason to me to not just keep that Jawari in hand. Both players with a lot of mana here, but it is quite likely against a deck that's playing a bunch of Siphoners, that's bringing back spells, that's playing a bunch of Discover the Formulas. I think at some point in the game you will find a use for this Jawari. Actually going to use one of the marches to remove the clue token, which is an interesting play. That clue token would be cashed in for a card at some point, so you're basically just turning your march into a 1 mana 1-for-1. Which is a good deal for if you're a control player. Alexander hits what I think is a Revitalize. It's been discounted to 1, so at least a way to spend that last remaining mana for this turn. And to be honest, with this 5/5 dragon in play, going from 8 to 11 is relevant. That buys you a whole other attack from this dragon. Rizera actually chosen to cast the Wandering Emperor on their own turn here, while all the blue is tapped from Alexander. Just making sure that they get it in play. Putting a counter on the dragon, and now going to 11, not quite as relevant, still dying in 2 hits here. Alexander does have the Wandering Emperor though, so a nice clean answer to the dragon finally, if he can resolve it. And here we get to see the power of Discover the Formula. All of those cards in Alexander's hand are already good, but when you make them cost 1 less mana, they start to look real sick. Rizera just does not want to deal with an entire hand that's discounted, so they're getting in here for maximum damage. They want this game to end. Going for an attack for 10. Negate for the Emperor. Pretty good. But here we see the power of the Siphoner. Flashes in the Siphoner, gets that Test of Talents back, uses it on the negate. 2 negates in Rizero's deck, so they will lose that second negate. Gets the Emperor to resolve. Probably exiles the dragon. Up to 13, takes 4, back to 9. No Discover the Formulas in Rizero's deck. No negates in Rizero's deck. That 1 copy of Test of Talents with the 4 Siphoners just paying off huge for Alexander in this game. Because that is a creature land, Rizero does get to essentially untap 2 lands here to hold up the Jawari. Can also march for 3 cost. Or 5. If they want to exile a bunch of white cards from their hand, but I would be very surprised if we see that. So we're probably looking at Teferi finally dying. It looks like Rizero actually considered using that march there, but I think they thought that Siphoner was a 2-cost creature, maybe? It looks like they were willing to exile 1 card to get that march off, but not 2. And yeah, it looks like this 1 copy of Test of Talents might make the difference in this game. I mean, Alexander has drawn another Discover the Formula now. We know that Rizero will never be drawing one. It's 2 marches and a Doomscar. March, an incredibly good card to use on the creature lands. Probably the best removal in the format against these creature lands. Just clean 1 mana. Clean 1 mana exile. Alexander with a bunch of removal in hand. Some of it useful, some of it useless. But also got a Behold the Multiverse for 2. Got a Siphoner that's down to 2 cost, even though there's instants and sorceries in hand, thanks to these discovers. Interesting to see him blow that other march on that token. Despite knowing that there's a hall that's just been played by Rizero. It does let you threaten a kill on the Wandering Emperor, but there's also a lot of cards in Rizero's deck that can protect that Emperor there. None in hand, sadly, but I guess Alexander knows that they have another Siphoner in hand, and they can use that Siphoner to get that Test of Talents back again if Rizero uses something like a Fateful Absence on the Siphoner. Or just any removal spell, really. Just these Siphoners constantly rebuying the Test of Talents. Kinda crazy. And there's another Discover the Formula. And Rizero is beginning to just get drowned here in card advantage. Just through the fact that they can't draw one. They don't have any in their deck anymore. They've all been removed. If you were asking yourself the question, is Test of Talents main good? It seems like if you're running Siphoner, the answer is yep. Rizero now kinda down to what? A Legion Angel? There's one more Legion Angel in the sideboard left, I think. And also got an Amiria's Call, so still got some threats, but those creatures kinda just enable the somewhat useless cards in Alexander's hand, the Purges and the Doomscars. And the Siphoner does not need to target Test of Talents. You can get back any instance or sorcery, right? Like Alexander could get back more Discover the Formulas. If he wants to. Actually gonna blow one of these Purges to get rid of that clue. We saw Rizero earlier in the game using a March to get rid of a clue, so just Alexander really just trying to remove every card draw option from Rizero's deck. And board. Sea Legion Angel. Fetches the last Legion Angel from the sideboard, because Rizera plays 2 main and 2 side. Looks like we might see this Siphoner for a Discover, despite having another Discover just in hand anyway. I would be surprised if he does that. Yeah, he just goes for the one that he already has. Just having that option to use the Siphoner to get a counter spell or a Discover, it seems very worth it to keep that option open. As Discover finds another Discover, finds another Siphoner. Uses that 2-mana Siphoner to get a March back from the graveyard to remove this Angel and allow an attack in with the Siphoner to remove the Planeswalker. Alexander's version just looking very impressive here in the mirror, at least. We saw earlier, like early in this game, we saw the Dragon come down from Rizera, we saw the early Teferi come down, and Alexander not really having a way to remove those threats, but he found a way to kind of stabilize this game, and using these Siphoners has really... I mean, at this point, kind of locked Rizera out of the game. I mean, what is Rizera meant to do? They're not going to draw any card draw. They're left with a couple of Teferis and a couple of Wandering Emperors, and those Emperors are just getting destroyed by these flash creatures. You're just flashing in a flash creature, removing the blocker, and killing the Wandering Emperor. And I'm not sure any of Rizera's Wandering Emperors have actually survived more than in one turn, at least not recently. Alexander just simply has more card draw. Too many cards. And it's not been through luck of the draw. Luck of the top deck. I mean, Alexander has kind of systematically picked apart Rizera's entire deck. Just a nice, clean game. And now, Alexander really has every base covered. Got board clears, single target removal, counter spells in hand. Got Emperor in play, Emperor in hand. Got Field of Ruins for any creature lands. Just got everything. There's the one copy of Witness the Future, getting all of these 2-for-1 spells back in the deck. All of the Spell Thieves come back in. Rizera just looking at their Exile Zone saying, how do I play my deck without these cards? There's yet another Wandering Emperor for Rizera, but again, that Wandering Emperor just will immediately die. This is kind of the last remaining hope for Rizera, maybe going for the key into some sort of cheesy win. But in response to the key, Alexander copies it and then counters it. Okay. They instead, not quite as flashy, but maybe safer, they copy the counter spell rather than the key. Alexander with no respect for the content there. Here comes the Emperor. Even if it resolves, which is highly unlikely, it will just remove one creature and then be immediately killed. Alexander counters it, got another Siphoner in hand to buy back that counter spell. Probably we'll see it here in response to the farewell. Rizera does have, what, 2 marches and a Fateful Absence, so not actually dead to one more attack, but just has no way to recover this game. There's that one copy of Test of Talents that's been cast about 50 times. This is a very long game 1 though, so both players got to watch their clock. Rizera just hovered over the clock, so it looks like Rizera has about 18 minutes and Alexander about 15 minutes. So, relatively comfortable clocks for both players, but gonna have to pick up the pace in game 2 and maybe 3 if there is one. So the 2 marches used by Rizera, buying another turn. What is that, 4, 7? Yeah, that looks like not quite lethal yet. But just really an unassailable advantage. There's a Divine Purge, but these Siphoners actually 4 mana cards, despite the fact that they can sometimes be cast for 2, so will not be removed by the purges. Pretty sick combo. You can play these Siphoners in your deck and kinda still freely play purges in your own deck, which we see from Alexander, knowing that your creatures are not really gonna die. What's the only thing better than a 3 mana board wipe? A 3 mana one-sided board wipe. And Alexander does take down game 1. So we'll probably see the games play out a little bit differently after sideboard. But the problem for Rizera here is that the creatures in Glock's deck are, I mean, they're super good. Like you actually need to keep some... Rizera's going to have to keep a lot more of these board wipes in their deck than Alexander will have to. Although it looks like Rizera might have just cut them all. Or bringing the... Looks like they're going with Farewell only. Actually bringing in 2 Sunset Revelry, which is an interesting way to try and combat it. So they've cut all the purges. They've cut the 2 Doomskars. They've kept in the 2 Farewells and brought in 2 Revelries. Rizera has 2 negates main deck and 2 negates sideboard. We're having access to all 4, but you can see the power of Test of Talents here. Test of Talents just so good in game 1 and probably going to be so good again after sideboard that it's making Rizera not bring in copy number 3 and 4 of negate in the blue-white control mirror. Which is crazy. Okay, he does finally add them. I think you still need to play them. I agree with that. I was a little bit worried for Ryzero there. We see here, both players actually got one of those dragons this game. Bankbuster, kind of an incredible card to play in this mirror on turn 2, on the play. Now you just keep passing the turn and you get to hold up either drawing off the Bankbuster or countering any of Gluck's plays. We'll see how the game plays out if Gluck does not find that test of talents this time. We might see Ryzero try and resolve these big instant spells more aggressively, knowing that the test of talents is available there. Because there is a second copy of Test of Talents in the sideboard of Gluck, which I didn't notice if it got brought in, but I mean I can assume it was. Now there's 2 to deal with. Hermit, very nice creature in these counterspell mirrors. Dissipate though. Very good answer to Hermit. Counter the Hermit and exile it, so Ryzero not able to play the creature side from the graveyard. You see both players getting to 5 mana and instead choosing in game 2 not to slam these dragons. Whereas in game 1 they were a bit more confident in resolving them before all these extra counter spells came in. Ryzero getting aggressive with the Bankbuster. See a Fateful Absence coming out. Kinda turning this Bankbuster from a 2 mana draw 3 into draw 4 now with the Clue token. Of course you have to sink a bit more mana than that into it, but you're really sinking just 3 mana into it really. It doesn't actually in practice cost that much to activate your Bankbuster, because the alternative, at least for Ryzero in this game, was to just not spend that mana. There's the stroke on the dragon. It looks like Ryzero will actually get an attack off with their dragon, get to draw a card, and will actually be able to resolve one of these discovers, so I would be surprised if we don't see Ryzero just slam this discover and resolve it while he can. Just as not, especially with the second one drawn, you do not want to get hit by those Test of Talents. So resolves the discover and hits what is now a 1 mana negate and a 1 mana stroke. It's just incredibly good hits. You can see game 1, Alexander prevented the first discover with the Test of Talents and then just kind of took over the game slowly but surely from there and closed it out. Ryzero getting 1 discover before those Test of Talents or negates come out in game 2, and I mean it's just GG's, right? We go to game 3, a much faster game 2. Rizera actually... Interesting that they took out the Key of the Archives. I think against most blue-white opponents, they would actually keep that card in their deck. Especially with those Teferis, but that's the power of the Spell Thief from Gluck. Does not want that key getting copied. When you've only got one copy of the key in your deck, your opponent's running 4 Spell Thieves, so essentially running up to 4 copies of key. And all you have to do to make them have 0 copies of key in their deck is cut your 1. Then it makes sense. Reasonable hands for both players here. Rizera with a nice reactive hand on the draw. And Alexander with some of his proactive cards here. Actually got 3 Revitalizes. We can choose to either hold up Negate and Revitalize or go for the Hermit. I think it's reasonable to go for the Hermit there. Hermit just so annoying to deal with once it's in play. We saw Rizera cast a Hermit last game, and Alexander answered it very well with the Dissipate, but Rizera no Dissipates in their list. So now this Hermit is just super annoying. Probably gonna see Rizera go for a March on the Hermit, but Alexander will most likely just crack that Hermit in response, and yes, the Hermit side will die. But Alexander will have access to the back creature side in this game that Rizera did not have access to last game. Looks like Alexander considering using their Test of Talents on the March, which is very interesting. Does actually limit the amount of removal, because I mean you know that your opponent's already taken out a bunch of removal. You know they're taking out a lot of board wipes, so that they're just leaving themselves with maybe a couple of Farewells, maybe a couple of Doom Scars, and then some Marches and some Fateful Absences. So, an interesting Test of Talents, but a cool one. And we've seen Rizera in this match very aggressively try and get these dragons down, and they're just going to walk into the Jawari. The problem that they had there was that they just don't really have an alternative play while this Hermit is in play. This Hermit can threaten to counter every other card in Rizera's deck, so they didn't have much of a choice there but to just play that dragon, and it just gets destroyed by the Jawari. The Hermit counterspell is only attacks for 3 though, so if Rizera can keep making land drops, they're not too far away from finding a window to start getting some of these cards down, like the Teferi. That's not going to help though. Animate your land here and it just gets removed by a March. Now it's going to take even longer to get these cards under the Hermit, and on top of that, Alexander gets to keep the Hermit in play still. We could see a Deluge or a Teferi by Rizera this turn, knowing that they're going to get countered by the Hermit, but then at least you've still got 2 mana left open and you would get to hold up your stroke there. Looks like they're going to pass and just cast this Hermit. Alexander using a negate. Wow. Overcracking the Hermit. Or thinking about it at least. I think cracking the Hermit is pretty nice. I mean, you're going to get that other creature back, the Geist, and you also get to hold up the Spell Thief if you want. Oh, so they go for a Spell Thief on the Deluge? And I assume... And does not crack the Hermit. Very interesting choice. I really thought we were going to say either a negate or a Hermit crack there. It's a 7th untapped land for Rizuru if they play the Eiganjo, so they would be able to get to Fairy down, but actually not effective here, really. The Fairy would just be dead on board to these two attackers. Really nice play by Alexander there. Getting paid off in a massive way from holding this Hermit for so long. So decides to crack the Hermit there instead of letting it resolve. Could have possibly let that Teferi resolve and used the Hermit to attack in. This Hermit is just kind of solo in the game, man. Because now we see the Geist come down, and really this like the negate in Rizaru's hand and to some extent the stroke are kind of dead until this Geist leaves the battlefield. Geist obviously protecting against counter spells on non-creatures. We see the negate on the Wandering Emperor. And Rizera is getting real low. Down to 8, 5 power on board. Does have that Eiganjo that they chose not to play as a land earlier, so will get to remove the Geist, but still going to 5. Also got 2 halls in place, so could threaten to block this 3-2 on a future turn. It's looking great for Gluck, but Rizera does have decent tools here. Certainly still able to put up of a fight here, I think. Alexander could have flashed in their Emperor there. Put a counter on the Spell Thief and actually attacked for 4, which is relevant when your opponent was on 8. Decided not to. Which I think is maybe a mistake, because all you're really doing now is holding up card draw. Maybe if Alexander's hand was filled with counter spells, instead was choosing to hold them up and just protect this creature, would make a bit more sense. But getting the Wanderer in play, putting Rizera to 4, and also threatening to make additional tokens with the Wanderer, which will help you get that final 4 damage in past the Hall lands. But decided to take it a bit slower and now kinda has no attacks. Not only does he have no attacks, he also can't really resolve these Emperors anymore. We see a negate, we see a stroke. The stroke is actually face up as well, like Alexander knows about that stroke. Here comes a Spell Thief to copy the Discover, but that Discover is going to resolve for Raizeru. Finds the Farewell, can clear those creatures out. Oof. And that decision not to play the Emperor earlier. Alexander now has no attacks. Not only do they have no attacks, they have no way to generate tokens. They have no way to resolve their Discovers. They have no way to resolve their Planeswalkers. And these 6 mana draw spells, these 4 mana Planeswalkers, these 4 mana draw spells are beginning to look very bad into Raizeru's like just insane amount of 1 mana counters here. What have we got? Two 1 mana negates, a 1 mana Jawari, a 1 mana stroke, and a 2 mana stroke. And Raizeru with just enough mana to kind of weave in these counters while also maybe getting some haul attacks off. The thing is, Raizeru has some really good counter spells here, but no actual threats, so I think he should be trying to get some attacks off with these hauls while holding up the counters. There is 9 mana available, I think, after this field resolves, so you can attack with a haul. And since your counters are only costing 1, you're still getting to hold up 2 counters while attacking with this haul, so I think it is very important that they start attacking with this land. They're just not attacking with it. Because the problem is when you're not attacking with the haul, then the fact that all of your counters are discounted kind of becomes irrelevant, right? You're not actually using the discount here. You're just giving Alexander enough time to cast all these clunky spells. Yes, you're getting to counter them, but you're actually gaining no advantage. It's just a 1-for-1 trade, when what Raizeru could have got was a 1-for-1 trade and 7 damage on each of the last 3 turns. We'll see how Alexander tries to respond to this Amiria's call. I think that he will try and fight over it. So could have went for Siphoner into a counterspell, but instead trying to combat it by just copying it and using his own. Raizeru still got 2 1 mana negates here, which is kinda crazy. Again, choosing not to attack. And what should have been like too clunky of a hand for Alexander to play with, he's just getting all the time in the world to basically fight through what was an unbeatable amount of counterspells. I still like Ryzero's spot a lot here, but I think it could have been better. He uses one of the negates to make sure this Discover goes through. Finds a 1-mana Hermit and a 1-mana Bankbuster and another Discover. Not bad at all. The Siphoner comes down, and Gluck takes a Fateful Absence, which is another interesting choice. It looks like Alexander wanted to kill this Angel and attack for 5, so it looks like Gluck is a little bit more concerned about how this game is going than I am for them. I think this is completely fine. And all of a sudden, Ryzero only has 1 negate left. And it looks like we might see it used. And Gluck has just fought through a Jawari, 2 strokes, and 2 negates, all while taking 0 damage. And they've still got 2 Discover the Formulas in hand. Now we will probably see the Hermit, which means Alexander needs, what, another 2 lands? 3, 6, 7, yep, 2 lands to actually be able to pay that Hermit tax on one of these Discovers. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Alexander just go for this Deluge for 7 and give that up to the Hermit. To get those Discovers out over the next few turns. Wow. Kinda sad for Ryzero here having to block with the Hermit, not actually 1 land off, being able to block with the Hall. Clocks are getting real low though. Under 4 minutes for Gluck, 6 minutes for Ryzero. Can Ryzero find even more counterspells? Nope. And don't get me wrong, those cards are good though. Wandering Emperor, Teferi, Angel. Bankbuster, sick. And all of a sudden, and what was a game where both players were kinda grinding each other out? Suddenly both players just have infinite gas again. Two Bankbusters for Alexander, a Bankbuster, a Tef, Legion Angel for Ryzero, multiple Amiria's Calls. Another Discover the Formula for Gluck. Siphoner to get back anything. I don't know, guys. In the battle of Gluck versus Ryzero versus the Clock, I think the Clock's gonna lose here. Before either of these players are running out of stuff. Ryzero has just ripped, like, all of their defensive cards. I don't see Alexander being able to get through for 6 here. Past 4/4/4 Angels, 3/4/3 Angels, a 2/2 Flyer, 2 Halls, Emperor, 5/5 Dragon. Just too many defensive tools for Rizera here. Rizera is not taking a single point of damage here over at least the next 2 or 3 turns. There's no way. Alexander might have to give up the card draw charges on his bank busters just to attack with 4/4s and clear away these angels. But going for that just walks into an Emperor. And this is gonna be rough. Rizera can block 1 with their own Bank Buster. Activate the Bank Buster. Get the final card draw. And then block the other one with the Angel. Plus the Angel. Make it a 5/5. What? Goes for the minus on the Dragon? Okay. That is completely different from what I would have done. But regardless, takes no damage as prophesized. Alright, Alexander gets to resolve a Discover. Finds a Siphoner. Okay. That's something. Finds an Amelia's Call. That's something. I just don't... How does he get past all of this nonsense, though? This is just an impenetrable wall. So it seems Rizera had the opportunity on those earlier turns to attack with those halls, and I thought that they had missed like 21 damage. But now we see Rizera's true plan. They never intended to deal any damage in this game. They are building a wall. Here comes another token. Here comes another 2 tokens. Flying tokens, no less. Still got Legion Angel in hand, and with 2 Legion Angels, 2 further Legion Angels to find from the sideboard. There's another Discover. Rizera does have a Memory Deluge. Could find a counterspell, maybe. There's a Jawari. Pretty good time to get a Jawari off. You don't often see Jawari being that effective this late in the control mirror. Right, here comes Siphoner number 1. There's another Siphoner still in the hand too. Glock just desperate to find something that can poke through this 8 damage. What did we get? Another Siphoner, a 1-mana Test of Talents, and another Discover. Just more value, but not more damage. Alexander down to his last 20 seconds. Rysera down to 2 minutes. This has been a battle. But Gluck just can't poke through. We see another Siphoner. Probably getting another Discover. Goes for a Miria's Call, okay. Makes sense. And time's out. GG's. The Azorius Control Mirror goes to Clock. Who could have foreseen this? We'll go to a break, guys. We'll see you soon. Okay, we're back, and this is the upper bracket semi-finals. So this is the first upper bracket semi. We've got Mateus versus Gabriel, and it's going to be Mateus's like more top-end heavy version of Rakdos versus a more standard-looking Grixis version from Gabriel. He does have one main deck Orvar, and also has the 4 copies of Adversary, which have helped out Mateus so far, so should be a close one, this. 3 Kaitos available for Gabriel for BLM. And kind of reasonable hands for both players here. They've both got their lands. They've both got a Painful Bond. That wasn't the best for Mateus though, not a little bit too much removal here rather than proactive plays, especially being on the play. Okay, and all of a sudden we see a Painful Bond from each player, and what was looking like kind of even hands, and now you've got to be looking at Gabriel here as looking a bit better, just more proactive plays. It's really as simple as that. Got the Fable, got the Trespasser, got the Connoisseur. Both players with an adversary here, but you're not. Maybe after sideboard you might consider playing one out on turn 2, but in game 1 you're definitely gonna hold those adversaries to get as much value as you can out of them. But Fable comes down as expected on turn 3. A little bit of a payoff at least for Mateus for all of this removal that's been drawn. As we've saw all weekend, Molten Impact just a great answer to the Fable. Well, I mean, I say great answer, pretty much the only answer to it. Every other removal spell that you're going to be wanting to use on the Fable is just going to be too inefficient. Those 2 bodies and 1 card, just crazy strong. See the Connoisseur come down. So 1 main deck Orvar for BLM and 0 for Mateus. So Mateus has kind of shaped his hand out reasonably well here. He did have a bit too much removal, but has found use for those removal spells, and now his hand's looking a bit more reasonable. 5 mana with 2 adversaries, gonna drop the first one here. Almost certainly on a Painful Bond. Finds his own Trespasser in Fable. Gabriel also now at 5 mana. Can start using his own adversaries if he wants. Looks like he's going to go for Plunder and Trespasser? Maybe Plunder and Molten Impact? Maybe 2 plunders, to be honest. When it comes to discard spells, there's very rarely a better time to use your discard spells than right now. You don't want to take too many hits from a 3-3 adversary though, so I wouldn't be shocked to see him go for a removal spell here, but I would expect it to be the second plunder. This is a tough one for Mateus because you don't want to discard your Fable. It's so good. You don't want to discard your adversary, it's so much value, and you don't really want to discard your Molten Impact either because you've got to kill this Kiki-Jiki. So decides to discard the Fable and the Molten Impact, keep the adversary, but this pretty much locks him into using this adversary as for a removal spell, rather than for anything kind of value orientated. They kill the Kiki-Jiki, pull 2 damage for the next instant. It looks like there's only removal in Mateus's graveyard though, so this third adversary in the hand will have to be used for a removal spell. But an underrated part of the adversary coming up here, they just attack for a lot of damage, man. BLM down to 9 already. Trespasser helps with that at least. So it goes back to 10, can block the adversary. Connoisseur, very nice top deck here for Mateus. Gets rid of that Trespasser. We'll see one Molten Impact used here. Can't really play the adversary because there was only Plunders and Painful Bonds in the graveyard there. And while they are great cards to get off your adversary, they're not great in this against this board. Not when you're taking 6 and you're on 7. Wow. Gabriel, very scared, actually plays the adversary out as a 2-2. Even though Mateus has 2 damage pulled from their Molten Impact, so an instant or sorcery off the top there would kill the adversary. Uses the blood token to filter away the land and finds an Abrade, but I don't think we'll see Mateus use the Abrade here. Not on the 2-2, this 3-3 is probably going to force a chump. I mean, there was no reason to play the 2-2 unless your plan was to chump. Okay, so now we can see the second adversary come down from BLM though. Rebuy that Molten Impact probably that they cast last turn. Kill the adversary. And we've got the Abrade for Mateus, and as usually happens in these mirrors, both players just slam bomb after bomb after bomb against each other, and then suddenly neither player's really got anything left. It looks like once the Abrade gets used on the adversary, ELM will have both a Den and a Fable, and a Hive that's also in play. Mateus with no creature lands right now. Okay, Mateus really rewarded for patience here, not using the Abrade on the 3-3 adversary. Top deck Spikefield Hazard, which he can use in addition to the 2 damage that's under that Molten Impact to actually kill the adversary. But even holding off on that, for even more payoff on the patience, and now they didn't kill the adversary with the Spikefield, so can instead Abrade the adversary for 3 damage and use the Molten Impact damage to kill the token from the Fable. Extremely patient play from Mateus here. I do like the patience, but at some point you've got to use these spells. It looks like he is really trying to save this Abrade to deal with either the Den or the Hive. But BLM just keeps doing stuff that is not activate those creature lands, so it's very possible that Mateus is going to kind of be forced at some point into casting this Abrade on the creatures that are already in play. And it's going to be a bit painful if that happens, because he's kind of taken some extra damage here, trying to hold that Abrade for the creature lands, and then if you then get forced to eventually just use it on a creature that's not the creature land, then you feel a bit bad, huh? Taking that extra damage. We see a post-combat adversary here from BLM. Goes for the plunder, so that will force the Abrade out. And then BLM will conjure a card from Mateus's deck. And I mean, BLM is not massively ahead here, but absolutely ahead by enough. Got the treasure generating token about to flip CROKEYZ, got a couple of creature lands, and should be able to convert that somewhat small advantage into a win here. These mirrors are won and lost on very fine advantages. Power of the Trespasser being shown here though. BLM has to use both removal spells there just to get rid of that one creature. So can attack with the Den here and the treasure making creature, make that treasure and then use that treasure to still be able to cast Painful Bond. Draw another 2 cards, while leaving lethal on the board. Adversary's about as good a card as Mateus could top deck here. Let's see if it's enough to do something. So a removal spell on CROKEYZ would let you get in for 3. But that would just leave you dead to these creature lands. So it's going to have to be removal and hold back your haste creature, which never feels good. But if Mateus can survive another turn, he has pulled 2 damage underneath this Molten Impact. And drawing an instant or sorcery will allow him to start clearing up these creatures. Never mind. He's dead. GG's. We go to game 2. I love these mirrors, man. They're always so close. Alright. Now, the sideboards here are extremely different. Like, you can see Mateus's deck on the left there is a much heavier Rakdos deck, while BLM is just essentially a full Grixis deck with counter spells, etc. So both players are, of course, going to bring in their Aurivars. I suspect you will see Gabriel bring in at least the Test of Talents, although it's looking like he might not bring it in. Going for the Stroke and then the Gate instead. Test of Talents seems really good to me though. On something like a Bond, something like a Plunder, something like a Molten Impact. Not only do you counter the one that's being cast, but well, you prevent any further copies being drawn, and you also prevent it ever being brought back by the adversaries and recast again. So it seems super good to me. Or at least much better than just like a negate or a stroke countering a spell one time. But it looks like BLM does not like the test of talents, which is fair. The check for traps coming in, the Kaitos, the Trespassers, the Fables all staying in. Gabriel has cut the Connoisseurs and the Plunders, so cut all of the discard where Mateus gets to choose the target, and instead going for check for traps, which will be able to dodge the Orvars. It's running out of time though. 5 seconds. Okay, here we go. So kind of different sideboard and strategies from both players here. You saw Gabriel cutting all of the Connoisseurs, all of the Plunders, whereas Mateus has kept those in. So although in game 1 the decks were extremely similar, they're now very different after sideboard. Both players again with like reasonable hands here. 2 Connoisseurs for Mateus, a Bond, 2 Fables for Gabriel, now 3 Fables and an Orvar. Yep. If you're Mateus and you're banking it all on 2 Connoisseurs, you do not want to see Gabriel turning up with an Orvar, which he does have. Yep, here comes the Connoisseur. It's going to get copied by the Orvar. And okay, Mateus actually has their Mauling in hand, so they can avoid actually discarding the second Connoisseur, which is slightly fortunate. But that Orvar is just such a huge tempo swing that now Gabriel kind of has the time to get these other Fables down. You can also... and Kaito's a great draw. At 3/3, the copy of the Connoisseur there from the Orvar, allowing Gabriel to like profitably attack before casting the Kaito and getting to actually fully draw a card rather than loot is super good there. Like without being able to copy that Connoisseur with the Orvar, if Gabriel wanted to play Kaito that turn, they probably would have had to just kind of attack with that 2/2 token into the 3/3, which would not feel nearly as good. That is the power of Orvar though. Both players, I think, with 3 copies of Orvar after sideboard here. We've only seen one though. The problem is that Mateus's Orvars are just nowhere near as good as Gabriel's are. Because Gabriel cut the Connoisseurs. Gabriel cut the Plunders. Mateus did not. There is a second Orvar for Gabriel. His Kaito is rolling. His Kikijiki is about to roll. And it's looking extremely good for BLM here. He's actually got like a choice of great plays to make here. Could have played the Fable out. Could have played the Adversary out. Instead, looks like they're holding up the Bond, Painful Bond. Mateus just not got enough stuff that's impactful fast enough here. Gonna have to double Spikefield Hazard the CROKEYZ while not doing anything proactively this turn yet. Does have 2 lands in hand which can be looted away with the stage 2 of the Fable eventually, but it's a long time off, huh? Okay, and now it's all going Gabriel's way here. Just starts drawing his counter spells at the perfect time. Once you're, that's exactly when you want your counter spells, once you're ahead on board. Got 5 mana, not including the treasures, can just comfortably start playing these 3 mana cards out while holding up the stroke. You get a draw off of Kaito. And I think we'll just see Gabriel fully snowball from here. Only like 5 damage, possibly 6 if you account for the drain from the Trespasser available next turn, so Mateus should at least have enough time to reach stage 2 of this Fable, loot away these lands, and try and stage some kind of comeback. That's just painful, man. Trespasser comes in, targeting the Orvar. Gabriel just brings it back. Well, now Gabriel can Molten Impact the Trespasser, discard an Orvar, copy Trespasser, copy the opponent's Trespasser to get another target off, discard the Orvar, copy his own Trespasser. Okay. Targeted. I think he got a little bit too excited there. Targeted the opponent's Trespassers one too many times there, but not gonna matter too much. That's still just insane, man. Trespasser really is just a complete liability after sideboard in these mirrors. I've played a lot of matches with these decks, and I'm now at the point where I just cut them all. Like, just casting your Trespasser can genuinely be a game-losing play. Just because of how the interaction works with the Orvar. I mean, Mateus drawing a lot of good stuff here, but just does not have the time to cast it. Looks like he's going for Animate the Hive to block, and then Abrade a second Trespasser here. That should probably leave them dead though. Okay, no, not dead, but gonna have to actually chump the 4/4 Trespasser here. Not dead, but game over for sure. Trespasser just so weird after sideboard here. If there's Orvars in hand, it is absolutely game losing. If there's no Orvars in hand, it's very good. Just a beautiful mid-range creature. Now we have the other Trespasser to close the game. There is creatures. No more creatures. Okay. Game's still not over. Technically. Gabriel just with a ridiculous amount of gas here. Hand is crazy, board is crazy, life total very high, and takes it comfortably, I would say, 2-0, and moves into the winners bracket final, where we'll see Gabriel later, and we're gonna have the second winner bracket semi-final coming up to see who Gabriel's opponent is gonna be, and that will be coming up shortly. Okay, we're back with the second semi-final in the upper bracket. And we've got Mirakuru Fate on the Rakdos mid-range deck versus Radix on the kind of aggressive version of the Rakdos Anvil deck that we've been seeing too. So this matchup is kinda strange. I would rather be the Anvil player, I've got to be honest. I think the Anvil player, there's a lot of grind in this match, just much like the kind of mid-rangey midders. There's a lot of grind in here, but Rakdos Anvil can, a lot of the time, find a way to go over the top with their Blood Artist pings, with their Anvil pings, with their Brushstroke pings, and there is not a ton of life gain available to the Rakdos mid-range deck, so it can be difficult to survive those pings the longer the game goes on. So I think you might see Mirakuru play slightly more aggressively in this matchup than we've seen from this Rakdos mid-range deck so far in most of the matchups. One plus side to the Rakdos mid-range deck is that Rakdos Anvil has a ton of great targets for Molten Impact in it, like an Epicure. You can remove that Epicure and pull 3 damage underneath that Molten Impact. But even as early as turn 2, we see like a kind of shift in this Rakdos mid-range deck, just playing out the 2/2 haster. Not holding the adversary like we've seen normally, to try and get as much value as possible. Trying to actually close this game as quickly as possible. Which is good play, I think, recognising that you do not take this game in the long game. We see a second adversary come down. And even as a 2/2 haster, these adversaries get in for a lot of damage. Blood Artist is a good way to negate some of that damage, but just not really any stats on the board right now for Radix to actually make any blocks yet. It goes down to 10 already. A slight difference from Mira's deck here compared to most of the other Rakdos decks that we've seen so far. Actually got 2 Celestus in the main deck, which is an interesting choice. You can discard away your lands. You can also discard away like some of your instants and sorceries to not only ramp, which not only gives you ramp to your adversary, but also gives you food in the graveyard to actually bring back with it. Also 4 Invoke Despairs in Mira's deck, so Celestus of course helping you ramp to that as well. Most of these Rakdos midrange decks would have just your 4 Fable of the Mirror Breaker, making the little treasure dude. It will ramp you to Invoke Despair, but Mira also with 2 Celestus, which is going to be nice. But we see what really we expected to happen in this game. A very aggressive plays from Mira, making good use of the Molten Impact here. Killing another 2 creatures while pulling another 3 damage. Getting in for 7, and the Rakdos player is getting under pressure. Or the Rakdos Sacrifice player. However, this deck can deal so much damage and gain so much life out of what seems like nowhere. There's another Blood Artist. So despite being on 5, it's going to be very tough for Mira to actually close this game. Voltage Surge for 4 is available with the treasure token. So a meat hook for 1 would obviously... It would decrease the stats of your adversaries for turn. It would clear the board, and you'd be able to attack for 1, 1, and 2, 4. But Radix would gain 3 life, deal 3 damage, and possibly even gain or deal more than that if they want to use the anvil in response, which I assume they will. No reason not to. Use that anvil, sacrifice the 1/1 token. Surprisingly, Mira does not go for the meat hook pre-combat, going for the attack first. So I expect we'll see blocks. Yep, blocks with everything that's not the Blood Artist, but also blocks with the Blood Artist. That I think is quite surprising. Okay, not actually going to give up the Blood Artist, going to use the removal instead, that's fine. And we start to see Roddick's life total actually go up rather than down. Finishes that combat on more life than they started it. And all of a sudden, Mira's down to 6 already. And the lack of significant life gain in that deck, just making it so tough to survive these anvil pings, these brushstroke pings. So Rodix will top deck any spell here, and can cycle the blood token for 2 damage. Make an anvil token, can sack that anvil token for another 2 damage. So really, only needs another 1 damage for lethal. If you attack with the Den, you're going to get in for 1. If the Den gets blocked, it's 3 damage. If the token gets blocked, it's 4 damage. Blood Art is just so damn good. It does trade with the Den. You'll get in for 1 with the Goblin, you'll drain for 2 with the Blood Artist on those trades. Mira goes to 3. And it's then just dead to the Anvil trigger. 1 damage from Anvil, 2 damage from the Brushstrokes, and we go to game 2. Mira just played as aggressively as they could with those 3 adversaries, and this Anvil deck is just so resilient, and when it stabilizes, it not only stabilizes, but it closes the game in a turn or 2. It is incredibly strong. We go to sideboarding, and it looks like the Anvil deck is trying to go even greedier here, with the Lolths, with the Sorens, with the Immerstorm Predators also coming in. Cutting their 1-drops, cutting their voltage surges, all makes sense. No Fable in the deck for Rodix, which surprises me. And then Mira, both also going a bit greedier, bringing in the Bankbusters. So both players trying to go really as big as possible here. Trying to grind each other out. I'm a bit more surprised by Mira trying to take the game long here than I am by Rodix. But, to be honest, it's not really... Most of the cards available in the sideboard for Mira all make their deck a bit slower, so they don't really have much choice in the matter, to be honest. We head into game 2. So the winner of this match will face Gabriel in the winners bracket finals later today. Got a nice well-rounded hand for Mira here, but not a ton of lands. Got a painful bond to try and find some though. And also a well-rounded hand for Rodix other than the lacking red mana. But the fact that there's no red might change this hand from a keep to a mulligan, but also with a painful bond, I think you've got to keep that. You're on the draw, you've got a painful bond. I mean, you're taking, what, 3 draw steps before you need a red source, plus you're drawing another 2 off the painful bond. If you miss a red in your top 5, then that's magic. Mira with 2 Invoke Despairs in hand, still going for this like aggressive adversary strat. Sticking with it. I mean, it worked quite well in game 1. It wasn't quite enough, but it gave them a fighting shot. And what is quite a tough matchup. Rodix could go for another Harvester, could go for a Molten Impact. Could also Deadly Dispute the Blood token, which would generate a treasure. You've got 1 land left over, and then you can cast another one of your 2 mana spells, but would cost you that treasure. Goes for the Impact, which I think is fine. The only downside to this is that the Rakdos midrange deck does not play a ton of creatures, so you might get yourself forced into casting an instant or sorcery and kind of wasting this impact damage that you've got pulled here. 2 in this case. Mira with Sorin available. If Mira goes for Sorin, then Rodix will be able to find a use for that. 2 damage. Makes a token. Makes sense. You really want to plus your Sorin, but just cannot plus Sorin there, because that impact damage can hit planeswalkers. So you would just leave your Sorin dead to any instant or sorcery at that point. Which it still is if you do the -2, but at least you've got a creature here. A lifelinking creature no less, which is quite relevant against the Anvil Ping deck. Rodix got 3 mana available, but only really got 2 mana cards to be cast in this turn. So most likely we'll save that treasure rather than go for the synthesizer. But here you kind of want to play the Harvester to get your proactive plays out there, but second Harvester does badly walk into a meat hook, so I suspect we'll see them pass and go for a Painful Bond, which they do. Mira needs 1 more land of any colour to get these Invoke Despairs rolling. We see it with the Spitefield Hazard, but it is tapped. And Rodix now with just so much stuff. So much stuff. Lolth is very good, but you don't really want to trade your Lolth for an Invoke Despair. You will be left over with 1 Spider, but the trade is bad for you. After those 2, after one player plays Lolth and one player plays Despair, then the Despair player gets 2 damage and a card, and the Lolth player gets 1 Spider. Just pretty bad deal. But I expect we'll see Roddick try and save this Lolth actually for as long as possible. And the first Invoke Despair comes down, which will remove the brushstroke. It will deal 4 and draw 2 cards. And we see a Celestus drawn, which could be pretty nice. That's another just little bit of incidental life gain that might help out a lot in this matchup. It's hard to look at Roddick's hand though and not just think, how do I lose this? Look, I've got everything. Sorin, Lolth, Predator, Harvester, another Painful Bond, another Brushstroke, and even a Synthesizer once you've used all that stuff. Or before you've used all that stuff, I guess. Goes for the Lolth here, kind of banking on there not being a second Invoke Despair, which there is. I think Mira really wanted a land drop there. If an untapped land would have allowed them to go Celestus first into the Invoke Despair. They're not able to get the Celestus down first here, but the Invoke Despair into the Lolth is super good. Looks like they're thinking about maybe going for an attack first though, because a double block with the 2 spiders to try and kill this life-linking flyer will allow them to just go for like an Abrade here. And sure, you would get to kill both the spiders, you would get to gain 2 life, but yeah, that puts the Lolth to 3 loyalty, and then maybe that Lolth will just make more spiders, right? Cash it in. Goes for the Molten Impact instead of the Meat Hook or the Invoke Despair. Just again trying to deal as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. I think we'll probably see a double block on the lifelinker, I imagine. No blocks. Gonna go for Brushstroke into Predator maybe instead? Yeah. Predator is a very, very good blocker against this lifelinking flyer. And now all of a sudden we've reached the point that we got to in game 1 where, yeah, I mean, Mira's done a lot of damage. Got Roddick's down to 6, but how do they deal any more damage? Here comes the Meat Hook, but Blood Artist trigger's going to be very effective here. Mira gonna get in for a little bit more damage if the Predator decides to tap here to protect itself against a removal spell, which it looks like it's going to. And the Predator can just actually remove all of the creatures. They should probably just sack the other 2 now. Stops Mira getting any Meat Hook triggers off. And yeah, you get to attack for 3 here, but I mean, Roddick's has just gained 3 life anyway. You've essentially taken them from 6 to 6. You at least will be able to kill this dragon. once Rodix untaps and the dragon loses its indestructible, using like a braid plus your 3 damage under your molten impact. So that's something, because the dragon is super annoying. Stops you attacking with your lifelinker. Actually does not attack. Wow. Does not attack. We'll probably see Rodix try and get some creatures down to protect this dragon. And then we'll see Mira kill the dragon in response, most likely. Sorin pretty good, but does cost 1 life to actually use. There's the token. So this is Mira's opportunity to kill the dragon if they want. They do have the Invoke Despair, so you might see them let the dragon resolve, potentially. Or let the creature, the token from Sorin resolve. Now letting the token resolve with Invoke Despair in hand would be good if you can guarantee that there's not going to be a third creature coming down. But there is going to be a third creature coming down, so now it's a bit harder to actually get to this dragon with the Invoke Despair. You can use the Abrade to kill off the 2 smaller creatures. But you're still only getting in for 5. Rodix is in a little bit of trouble here, but I still think there's potential for them to stabilize. The Invoke is going to be insane. Like, it's going to most likely get rid of the dragon, and the Sorin, and the Brushstroke, but it's not actually dealing any damage. And I think at this stage of the game, Mira would probably trade some of that removal for actual damage. But yeah, it's nice to cast a 5 mana spell and remove 3 like premium permanents from your opponent's board, but there are fringe cases where you just want the damage. And Mira is not really getting the damage here. You can Abrade like the Harvester or the token, and you can kill the other one with the 3 damage from Molten Impact. Then you can untap, then you can Invoke Despair, you'll remove the Sorin, the Dragon, the Brushstroke. But you are only getting the opponent to 3. And they are playing Rakdos Anvil. So they could come back from that. Especially with 3 blood tokens available and a Painful Bond. Like, this is a great set of events for Mira. But the game is not over yet. Rodix about to lose the Brushstroke, so if they intend to use a blood token, they should use it before that Brushstroke leaves to get 1 damage in. Looks like they want to keep both their cards, which is reasonable. They're both really good. Kinda paying the price here, Mira, from not attacking on that previous turn when they could have attacked for 3 after they cast their Meathook Massacre, but instead held back. And holding back has given Rodix at least 1 more turn here that they otherwise would not have had. Finds an Anvil, that's a good start in ways to start getting your life total back up. Start with Synthesizer, essentially draw 3 cards here. Alright, pretty useless. A Shatter Skull Smashing is a nice way to clear these two creatures, but because of the Meat Hook Massacre, can't really do it. If you kill those two creatures, you're gonna go to 1, and then you'll be dead to the hive. There's another Brushstroke, plus the Anvil. The Anvil can be hit by the Abrade, but you will still be able to get a trigger off first. Looks like Abrade on the Blood Artist. Radix will go back to 4. And it's a big attack coming in this next turn from Mira. But with the Harvester and the token from the Anvil. No, it's not quite enough. Looks like Mira does have lethal here with a hive attack. Due to the Menace. Even including, so Radix can sacrifice this existing artifact to get an Anvil trigger off and go to 5, but they're still taking 5 here. And we go to game 3. And Mira in the end had just enough damage, but got there. I think if Mira did not win on either that turn or maybe even the next turn, Radix was slowly beginning to turn that game there. But just enough in time for Mira. And we go to game 3. Looks like both players considering changes, but I would be surprised to see any major changes here. Looks like Radix realising that the Loths are just not that good against 4 Invoked Despairs and going for some Duress instead. Realising that instead of trading Loth for Invoked Despair, where that's kind of upside for the Invoked Despair player, just try and trade a Duress for the Invoked Despair, where it's kind of a more of a wash. Which I think is a very good decision. There is one of the Duresses, but kinda awkward lands here. The Haunted Ridge coming in tapped, making it pretty hard to see a time when this Duress is actually going to get cast. Because beginning from next turn, you're going to want to start casting your 2 mana cards. Mira, with that Celestus ramping into Invoked Despair possibilities here. Radix missed a land, so certainly see the bond. Could have actually disputed the blood token, but went for the bond instead. May have been better to dispute the blood token, because that would... If bond is going to draw you a land, then dispute's going to draw you a land too, and you get to make a treasure. It looks like it's worked out okay. But we see Celestus in play, I think, for the first time in the match. Also with the Invoked Despair, so I think Radix should really try and squeeze in the Duress here. That's why they've brought it into the deck for game 3. You've got to cast it now. I'm sure they would have enjoyed waiting like one more turn, but you can't wait another turn now that the Celestus has come in. Now those are premium targets for your Duress. Bankbuster, Despair and Meathook. All huge hits. So Invoke Despair would be deal 4, draw 2, kill your token. Bankbuster would be draw 3, over 2, and it seems like that's enough to make Radix choose the Bankbuster over the Despair. That's just how good Bankbuster is, though. Sometimes worth it to discard a Bankbuster over even Invoke Despair. Mira will be happy that they get to get this meat hook into play, though. That's a second source of incidental life gain, which will be good for buffering your life total and just buying an extra turn or 2 or 3 against this Anvil deck. Rodix, with their own meat hooks though, to kind of negate those triggers. Pretty awkward turn for Rodix here. Got 2 meat hooks with nothing to meat hook. Got a brushstroke that's gonna generate a Blood Artist, but Mira does have 2 damage in a molten, under a Molten Impact that was cast earlier, which will easily deal with that Blood Artist at some point. We're a very close one here in game 3. Mira with still 2 kind of massive bombs in the Invoke Despair and the Adversary. Rodix with like somewhat more small ball cards in the Bond, but still very good. And also has the Anvil in play, has the Brushstroke in play already. Gonna lose the Brushstroke to the Invoke, but not that big of a deal once all your blood tokens have been used. Alright, I mean this is exactly the time you want to see your Sorin, immediately after an Invoke. Goes for a plus, but that's going to be punished somewhat here by the Adversary. Adversary into a Molten Impact will cleanly kill this Sorin. This is kind of the first game in the match where Mira's not been putting a huge amount of pressure on Rodix's life total. So Rodix got a bit more time here to play it even slower than they have been. But on the flip side of that, Mira's also drawn a lot more of their value cards in this game, rather in the first two. Actually use an Adversary to rebuy spells here rather than just as 2/2 attackers. Rodix still on 16, which they'll very much enjoy. And the longer this game goes, the more it swings towards Rodix. Even with the Celestis and the meat hook on the other side. Bankbuster is another slow card, but at least it can help you find ways to put pressure on Rodix's life total. Rodix has Immerston Predator, but not really got any ways to get other creatures to actually protect that Predator, so kind of tough to use it right now. You don't want to play Predator onto an empty board and have your Predator die to a removal spell. And now as we see kind of like a lull in the action, this is where Celestis is super good. Get to loot a card, gain a life, importantly in this matchup. Rodix did find another creature though, so find a way to get this Predator into play. Mira with a removal spell for the Harvester and then an Invoke to force a sack on the Predator, we'll be able to clear them out while dealing a little bit of damage with the Invoke Despair, while drawing at least a card, maybe two. And also importantly for Mira, this next Invoke Despair will remove Radix's Meat Hook from the battlefield, which will start helping buffer their life total. Radix does have access to another one though, we can see. Here's another Celestus trigger. Gets rid of a land that they don't need. Finds another Bank Buster. The value from all these Despairs and all these adversaries and all these Bank Busters, it's beginning to add up for Mira. So Mira did have an Abrade for this Anvil that's coming in from Radix that they've just drawn, but they used it as removal on a creature, so we might see these Anvils kinda go off a little bit now. At least that would have been the case before they just top decked another Abrade. Radix loses a Deadly Dispute that was under that synthesizer. That feels very bad. Predator are actually pretty good against Molten Impact, because you can sacrifice the target of the Molten Impact, and that will prevent the Molten Impact actually pulling any damage underneath it, which is pretty cool. Very nice for Mira here. Clears the board again. Gains a little bit more life because the Invoke Despair has kind of left it so that only they have a Meat Hook. And despite this Rakdos Sacrifice deck being, I would say, heavily favoured in the late game here, Mira just finding all the Despairs, all the Bank Busters, and really grinding it out here. 2 Bank Busters in play, one with 1 charge and one with 3 charges. Not going to be running out of cards anytime soon. Connoisseur is also real sick. Getting rid of another Meat Hook. A card that the Rakdos Sacrifice deck really relies on to make sure that you can actually deal those ping damages that you're trying to deal. Mira draws a Sorin, another source of just a little bit of life gain. And this is beginning to look really good for Mira. Radix does have Takenuma though, so can get back any creature or planeswalker in the graveyard. The Predators are good, the Sorin is obviously good. Decides to go aggressive with the Predator, which I like. I think there was one in there that didn't cost 1 life to cast though, which they could have taken. Both players with not a ton of cards in hand. But I mean, Mira's got a Sorin, Mira's got 1 Bank Buster left with charges on it. However, if left unchecked, this Predator will close the game very quickly. A big flyer that grows each turn. I assume we'll see Sorin make a creature and chump this Predator, yep. So Mira can either take a Scry off of this Crossroads land, or they do have one blood token. They also... yeah, not quite enough mana to actually activate the Celestus. I think it's fine to play this land as a Scry. You can take a Scry, you can draw off your Bankbuster. You're gonna... there is no reason to use that blood token. You will draw a land that does not offer you a Scry at some point in the very near future. You can just use the blood token then. Deadly Dispute is a nice draw for Rakdos. A lot of adversaries in Mira's deck, so Rakdos just wants to, with these exiles, basically just take all the targets for adversary, or as many as possible. And you begin to see the payoff here for Mira dealing with all of the meat hooks that Rakdos has drawn. These little meat hook triggers, very, very important. I think Rakdos would love to get this Sorin off the battlefield this turn if possible, but he needs a removal spell for that. Down to under 9 minutes as well, but I suspect this game will be over fast enough. I highly doubt Rakdos needs to be too worried about the clock. Mira finds Takenuma, which is pretty good here. Another second Celestus, nowhere near as good as the first one. Mira actually, strangely, still has this 3 damage from Molten Impact that was cast what feels like an age ago. Rakdos can either block with a 1/1 and sack it to the Anvil, which would get you an Anvil trigger, but you would lose an artifact. I mean, Mira would be getting a meat hook trigger anyway. I think you either take the 3 here or just block with the Harvester. Takes the 3. So Mira made another token with the Sorin instead of plussing, so obviously plans to get Sorin back with the Takenuma. Also kind of wants to draw off the Bankbuster too though. Goes for the Crossroads untapped so that you have 8 mana to Takenuma and play the Sorin. Make another Flying Lifelinker. Rakdos has ran out of resources here. Needs to find a Painful Bond. Needs to find another Dispute. Needs to find ways to make a bunch of blood tokens. Bankbuster's just really paying off for Mira. Making sure that they don't run out of stuff. Like, Mira drawing a load of cards in this game, but it's not as if they're sitting there with 7 cards in their hand. They're actually making use out of every card that they're drawing. Only 1 Celestus left over, but that can be cycled away with the first Celestus, it can be cycled away with the blood token. To try and find something else that you can use. Rakdos just in huge trouble here. The first Sorin was not much of a problem, it would die eventually to the dragon. The second Sorin, while still having 2 flying blockers, 2 flying jumpers, this second one is much harder to deal with profitably. You have these attacks which are not bad, but they're not good either. Mira could actually crew one of the bank busters here. Double block the hive maybe. I suspect we'll see either that or crew the bank buster, block the harvester, or nothing. I think it's okay to let Sorin die there, but I'm surprised they didn't crew the bankbuster and at least try and block the harvester. The only reason you wouldn't do that is if you're scared of a removal spell, but I don't think you should be scared of a removal spell on your bankbuster that has no charges left. In fact, you should actively want removal spells to be used on those bankbusters. Still not found an instant or sorcery to cash in this Molten Impact damage. And every turn that goes by here, this dragon is getting bigger and bigger. This is a big attack though. You at least get to get some chumps off. You can sack one of these to the anvil. If you've got an anvil in play and your opponent's got a meat hook in play, like is the case here, you're not actually going to deal any damage with your anvil, but because it's going to negate itself out. But you do get to gain 1 life, so it's still worth to activate there. Fable is very good draw for Mira. This early Celestus just really paying off into this super late game here. I don't think they should sack this to the anvil. You should probably just actually crack the synthesizer itself and you can make a 2/2 creature here. Okay. Good job, Radix changed their mind there. I think that seems a lot better. Okay, that was a start at least. That was a start. Looks a little bit better than it did at the start of the turn anyway. It's a long road back for Radix from this spot, but that was definitely a start. There is a second anvil. Okay, and Radix begins to stabilize. Okay, that is extremely aggressive attack with the Predator. Wow. Gets in for 6, but kind of gives up a 4 lifelink swing on the swing back. Mira can loot 2 cards away. You're definitely looting the Crossroads and probably also looting the Den. Finds another land and a Sorin. Still got that blood token on Mira's side from an age ago. Still got the 3 damage under the meteor impact, which is just insane. Has been there for like 10 turns. Still got charges on the second bankbuster as well. Yep, that's a good card. Invoke Despair. So it removes, what, a 1/1 token, removes the brush stroke, deals 2, draw a card. Plus you finally get to use this 3 damage, which kills a Harvester, which is not bad at all. And then after all this, you've got Sorin, another card, plus you've got this attack with your flying lifelinkers. I'm really not sure how I feel about that attack with the Predator from Roddick's last turn. I know you want to get started on the path to end in this game in your favour, but it feels like you're just a little bit too low to get that aggressive so soon. Because really, I mean, your opponent was on 26, you were on 9, and essentially you dealt 2 damage and took 4. And that trade is just not worth it right now. So Mira gets in for 4 in the air, you've got 2 blockers here. You're going to 1, and you can't even kill any creatures here. You can't even harvest or block the Connoisseur because of the meat hook. You go to 1, you do have an Anvil trigger, but... Alright, so Roddick needs to top deck meat hook? Oh, never mind. Mira's got 2 treasures, so they can just play this other meat hook. Roddick can go back to 2, but they die to the 2 meat hook triggers. GG's. That was an absolute grind fest. And surprisingly, I've got to say, the Rakdos midrange deck takes it over the Rakdos Anvil deck. Alright, we'll be back soon with the next match. Thank you guys. Okay, and we're back with the winners bracket final here. We've got Mira that we saw in the previous match against BLM that we saw take victory earlier against Mateus. And the winner of this match will make it into the grand finals. So, we know Mira's on the Rakdos midrange deck and BLM is on the Grixis midrange with 1 main deck Orvar. Other than that, the deck lists are pretty similar, I've got to say. As you would expect, really. A lot of Fables, a lot of Molten Impacts, a lot of Painful Bonds, a lot of Adversaries. But that one... So BLM does have access to 3 Kaitos and 1 Orvar in the main deck, which is the main differences here. And Mira's got the Invoke Despairs, which Gabriel BLM does not. You see 2 of the Kaitos here in the opening hand, and Kaito obviously a lot better on the play, especially if you can get a creature down on turn 2, which BLM's managed to do. Interestingly, Mira chooses to play their own adversary as a 2/2 rather than removing the adversary of BLM, which would have at least slowed down the Kaito a little bit, but now being able to play the Kaito and immediately plus is... it's tough. Molten Impact is like a reasonable answer for Kaito, but that Kaito is phased out for the turn and is going to go to 5 loyalty next turn. BLM has a Molten Impact in hand of their own to remove Mira's adversary and stop it getting in for 2 onto the Kaito. So Mira kind of slammed the adversary on turn 2, but I think that was actually a more nuanced decision. There's a lot of upside to removing that adversary with the Molten Impact. Now, even this early in the game, it is quite possible that this Kaito goes out of control. Interestingly, no basic lands for BLM, meaning that Hagra Mauling does only cost 3. The Mauling in the Mira's hand. Got to expect we'll see this Molten Impact used on the adversary, just to protect Kaito. Really, it's either use the impact or pass. And then with the Scry decision, another impact on top. Got to weigh up what, if you are going to use the impact in your hand this turn, how does your Kaito die, is your question, right? Your Kaito's either going to die to... The most likely way for it to die would be to an Invoked Despair, so their second Molten Impact does not really help with that. But it is nice to have some removal in your hand, just as a failsafe, really. Mira goes down to 8 already. And doesn't even have the Invoked Despair to get rid of this Kaito. Back to 9 with the Celestis trigger though, thankfully. BLM with 2 damage under their first Molten Impact. Second one available in hand. Mira finds a way to kill the Kaito, but man, that feels kinda bad. Goes up to 10. BLM could attack with the Den again. And you're looking at 7 damage, goes down to 3. That would... It is daytime, so that would cause it to go back to night. Given another life from the Celestis. So decides to slow down a little bit. Decides to slow down, in air quotes, by doing 2 mana discard to kill your 2-drop. Then you get to attack for 3, put them to 7, keep it on day. Play another Kaito, draw another card. Invoke Despair is an incredibly powerful card. And you do have to give it up most of the time to get Kaito into your deck. But Kaito is in its own right an incredible card also. There is the Invoke Despair. Here comes Adversary. Celestis helping out again here to give the second red source for the Adversary flashback. Meathook beginning to really add up here. Mira goes all the way down to 1 life. Which is not very good against a Meathook Massacre. Actually can't kill any of the opponent's creatures or you will die. And that was a very fast game one. Just Kaito on the play, showing how dominant it can be. And we have seen Gabriel's sideboard this matchup before. And they did not bring in the Test of Talents. Looks like they've kind of changed their mind and want to play the Test of Talents now. Kind of sticking to a similar plan as before, getting rid of all the discard because opponent has Orvars in their deck or in their sideboard. And just filling up with value cards. And discard that does not fall to Orvar, like check for traps. Yep. It's a pretty clear plan from Gabriel here, from BLM. Cut the discard, add the value cards, add the counter spells, and run it back. So BLM with Adversary into Kaito available again. We might, Orvar available for Mira, we might see and a Trespasser as kind of a target for that Orvar. Trespasser in BLM's hand. We keep seeing these adversaries, man, come down on turn 2. Kinda crazy. Both players are so aggressive. It's not many times you'll see a turn 2 2-mana 2/2 Haster followed up by a turn 3 the Celestis, but we see it here. BLM actually going for the Trespasser over the Kaito, even though they had a creature that attacked. Just trying to play it slowly here. The problem with going for the Kaito there is that Mira's already got the Celestis down, already ramped a little bit, and you do run the risk of the Kaito being a bit too dirtly and a bit too slow. Just getting your Trespasser in play, making the opponent adversary unable to attack, and you can always just play the Kaito next turn. It's no big deal. Looks like Mira wants to pass here, holding up the Painful Bond rather than casting the Bankbuster. I suspect we will see the Kaito this turn. Could go for the second Trespasser, but that would be very weak to meet Hook. Great time to draw an adversary as you're about to make your 5th land drop. Molten Impact is an interesting bottom. You don't have any removal spells in your hand at the moment, so the first one is valuable. Mira finds an Invoke Despair, but the Kaito is phased out at the moment, so definitely want to hold that for at least one more turn if you can. I like the Meat Hook here. It's only a 1-for-1 trade, but it does mean that whatever creature BLM plays here, as long as it's only one creature, they are going to lose that to the Invoke, plus you're going to get a kill on the Kaito. Or you were going to get a kill on the Kaito until Gabriel God top decks the one of Test of Talents, and that is a yikes. Although, Molten Impact is a great top deck for very many reasons. You do have 7 mana available, so you can cast this Molten Impact first. The Molten Impact might get Test of Talented. It is a very reasonable target for Test of Talent, so you might be able to bait it out here. If you can get rid of all of the Molten Impacts in your opponent's deck, they get left with not much removal at all. BLM does not fall for it. Just very well played by BLM this entire match. Just consistently correct decisions being made. That's another upside to Test of Talents, get to take a little peek at your opponent's deck. Extremely underrated part of the card. Especially in these mirrors, where there's so many different ways that you can sideboard. BLM getting heavily rewarded for their good play here by combining good magic with incredible top decking skills. Because there's another Kaito. Mira has Meathook in play, Celestis in play, bunch of lands, a Den, an Orvar to protect against discard, a Bankbuster to draw more cards, a Sorin to make tokens. Got so much stuff here, but really at threat of running out of time to actually make use of them here. Might actually just be dead before they can get all the cards from the Bankbuster. Make a bunch of use of this Sorin. Although, we did see BLM bottom a Molten Impact that they were offered on a scry earlier. And it would be very useful here. They can still kill the Sorin using the Adversary and the Trespasser, but they have to put a lot more damage into the Sorin than they otherwise would have had to if they did still have that impact. Could have been 3 damage more going face. Drew a lot of lands there, but it's okay. Still got a Painful Bond. Still got a huge board. Mira does still have 2 mana open though, so we'll be able to get a Bankbuster activation off this turn, despite losing the Sorin. A second Meathook here would be very bad for BLM. No Meathook for Mira. Can kill the Kaito, gain 2 life, back to 11. The Fable draws pretty good for both players, but definitely better for BLM here, with all these lands that they want to loot away. Looks like BLM's going to get majorly paid off here for cutting all the discard from their deck, forcing a hard cast Orvar that costs 2 life to use. 4 mana, 3/3, pay 2 life to cast it. Not good. There is a Molten Impact. Is Molten Impact lethal? Not quite. But very close. 1 off, I believe. We'll probably see Molten Impact hold up the stroke, I imagine. You definitely want to kill this Bankbuster, especially when it's got 2 charges on it. And then you can play the Fable out, or you can hold up the stroke. I'm not really seeing too much reason not to hold up the stroke here. Really sucked for Mira to lose their Bankbuster there. But this is a big attack. Getting in for 7. Could have also attacked with the Den for another 4 there. Could actually have attacked with the Den for another 4 and still would have had the mana to activate this Bankbuster that's just came in. And I mean, I can understand holding back the Den to block the Adversary here. You are on 8 life, but you're on 8 life and you're facing like 6-7 cards on the opponent's hand. You're not going to win the late game. I think that 4 damage there is much better than the 3 life that you're representing that you're saving here by blocking. Not always, but in this spot for sure. Here comes a huge haymaker from BLM. Adversary for 8, 2 spells coming back. 1 Molten Impact killing 2 creatures. Pulling 1 damage under that Molten Impact. It's a close one, man. I mean, BLM's got 7 cards in hand, but does not have infinite life. Is tapped out. There is a den. So if they attack with the 4/4, Mira will go to 4. He's actually threatening to attack with the Bankbuster next turn. A Bankbuster crew is looking relevant. Wow. That is 2 instant speed creatures. Yeah, I mean, yeah. No blocks. Make the creatures. Let's go. Animate your den. Adversary blocks the den. You get in for 2, 3, 4, 5. Meat hook trigger is 6. Mira is looking for, I believe, 2 damage here. A removal spell? Wow. That's lethal. Mira has stolen game 2. Animate the den. Crew the Bankbuster. Animate the den. And see ya in game 3. Wow. Alright. This is a collector's item, chat. You're not going to see Rakdos / Grixis, whatever, lose too many games with 7 cards in their hand, but an absolute daylight robbery from Mira there. So, Mira did hardcast the Orvar. Kind of out of necessity, but maybe out of recognising that the discard that hits the Orvar has been removed, so I would not be shocked to see them cut the Orvars here, but it is a big gamble to do that. I think if they were paying very close attention to the amount of sideboard cards that had come in and were cast in that game, they could recognise that the only way to get all those cards in while maintaining your Kaitos, maintaining your Fables, maintaining your adversaries, there's nothing else to cut other than the discard spells, in which case you need to get rid of those Orvars. This could be one of the most important decisions that are made in this match. Can Mira find the Orvar cuts? They do not. Alright, we go to game 3. BLM on the play. Oof, not a great hand on the play at all. Too much removal, counterspell with no blue. It's not a hand that you can really mulligan though. But I think you have to. You feel awful about mulliganing such a nice hand, but it's just simply not a nice hand in this particular matchup on the play. Uh-oh. 2 lands, but both of them only black sources. Do have a bond though. There's a red-blue pathway, which is nice, but got to make the decision here between red or blue. I think red is the correct choice. Three Fables and a Kaito. Alright, pick your poison, Mira. So with 3 Fables, Mira's Meat Hook Massacre is looking real good, but got to pick the right time to throw it off, huh? You're not going to be able to clear all 3 of these Fables with that one Meat Hook. You're going to have to cast that Meat Hook a little bit earlier than that would ever happen. It's all about the right timing here on the Meat Hook. ELM actually with no discard. I mean, you can't discard the Crossroads, you've got to take the blue source, which is fine. The Takenuma is useful. The Takenuma could have maybe been looted away there. I wouldn't hate it. There's a Sorin. Sorin token is a nice way to beat the Goblin Shaman token from the Fable. So BLM actually going for the loot on Takenuma this turn, but not taking it last turn, strangely. Sorin is not going to die this turn. Mira's going to be able to plus and get a card out of it. And BLM not really forcing the Meat Hook from Mira yet. So this is the main decision point on that Meat Hook. So Mira could Meat Hook for 2 here and just clear this Fable and accept that the second Fable will flip next turn and there will only be a Kikijiki in play that you have an Abrade for in your hand that you might find something else for as well. Or you can hold the Meat Hook for maybe 1 more turn. That would actually give BLM an activation of the Kikijiki. Or you could hold the Meat Hook for a turn and just use the Abrade right now on the Kikijiki that's already flipped. Then you would lose a little bit of Meat Hook value. A ton of choices for Mira on how to deal with these sagas. They have answers to them. And most likely all of these Kikijikis and all of these Goblin tokens will be removed. The question is just how and when. So, it is interesting. I think I would probably go for... It's tough to give up the Meat Hook this turn. The Meat Hook is just so clean here. You can attack with your 2/3 token. You can Meat Hook after combat. You can remove the threats that are on the board. Yes, this Kikijiki is going to flip next turn. You're getting a draw off of Sorin. You might be able to make a land drop. Looks like the feeds have frozen a little bit here, but we're just trying to fix them. It shouldn't take too long. There's a lot of options for BLM though, even after this Meat Hook comes down. Once we get the feed reset, we should be able to work out what option Mira took there with like I think it's very unlikely that they just pass the turn without using the meat hook or the abrade to go for the extremely greedy meat hook on both the Kiki-Jikis and the Goblin token while giving BLM a turn with that Kiki-Jiki that's already in play. So that I think is the least likely option. But it seems like just going for the meat hook for 2 on that turn and then saving the abrade for the second Fable that's about to flip is the cleanest way around that. We're just working on getting the feedback as quickly as possible. Bear with us, one moment please. It's another close game though. The Kaito like steamrolled game 1. Mira, I mean, robbed game 2. And then game 3 looking a bit closer. BLM does seem to be reasonably far behind though, from what we've saw so far. Those Fables are super good, but if they do get removed, it can be tough. Hopefully we can get in before the end. You can see the bracket here. So the winner of this match between Mira and BLM will be into the finals. Right, so we can see, this is from Mira's perspective. We can see the meat hook was used and the abrade was also used. Not sure what order in, but well, Mira's still on 20, so I assume they did go for the meat hook on that turn that we saw into the abrade. BLM on only 9 life, but does have 2 damage under a Molten Impact, which they're able to use very nicely by casting a Painful Bond. Mira putting on a lot of pressure, but sadly for them, they have drawn these, what we know to be useless Orvar, or one of the useless Orvars. But having BLM on 8 and having the meat hook in play, still got a Bankbuster in hand, got 2 removal spells, it's looking nice. We've lost BLM's feed for now, but we're just working on getting it back, but we can watch from Mira's point of view in the meantime. Here's a Den, which is not great this turn, but at least threatens a block on the adversary starting from next turn. Okay, a Braid is nice. I suspect we'll probably see Mira play the Bankbuster and maybe even play the Orvar right here as a creature. Decide instead to hold up Mauling and can draw off of the Bankbuster as well. Mira's feed is a little bit slower than BLM's, which is why we were kind of primarily focusing on BLM's side, but we just have lost the feed for now, sadly. So I have to deal with Mira's side for the moment. Alright, BLM has the Kaito. Molten Impact, a pretty good way to clear up these small creatures. Still got the Bankbuster on 3 charges, still got the Orvar. We can go Orvar and attack with the Bankbuster. decides not to. Which is interesting. I think he could have attacked for 4 there. Sure, you might get chumped by the 1-1, but you don't mind the 1-1 dying when there's a Kaito in play. Yeah, it looks like BLM's holding back the token anyway. Pretty sick. Molten Impact on the token, use the 2 excess damage to kill the Kaito. Negate. Okay. Protects the 1-1, but still lose the Kaito. And this is looking very good for Mira. They have more life, they have the biggest creature in the battlefield, and they have 2 fully charged, ready to go Bankbusters. With a lot of mana to cash in to draw these Bankbuster cards. It's looking bad for BLM here. Alright. 2 hasty tokens, let's go. And this looks like this match might end with an attack from Orvar. Alright, congratulations to Mira, our first player in the Grand Finals. BLM goes down into the losers bracket, and I'm sure we'll see them later. Alright guys, we'll be back soon as we work our way through the lower bracket to find out who will face Mira in the Grand Finals later today. Alright, we're back guys with the begin of our lower bracket run to see who will get to the final, the Grand Finals, to face against Mira. Our first match here, we've got Lidar on Rakdos midrange yet again, against New Phyrexia, who's playing a very familiar deck to a lot of people here. Bit of a throwback almost. The Orzhov, just full Orzhov midrange. With the Ghasts, got Cursebound Witch, even got Faithful Disciple. Both 4-ofs, the Witch and the Disciple in this deck. Some cool new Alchemy cards to try in it. Or cool Alchemy cards, let's say. Not from the most recent drop. But just a very normal Orzhov grind pile. 4 Rite of Oblivion, 4 Emperors, 4 Wedding Announcements, 4 Meat Hooks, 3 Lolths, you know, everything you want to see from an Orzhov deck. Let's see how the Rakdos midrange menace can do against, let's say, the previous master of the grind, the Orzhov deck. Will Rakdos be able to take over that throne? Maybe not, given by how well New Phyrexia has been doing so far. There's nothing too crazy in this Orzhov deck. It really is just exactly what you would expect. The 4 Rite of Oblivions could be very nice in this matchup. There's some very important threats to remove, and also the Rite of Oblivion is a nice card to discard to plunder. To be honest. You can discard that and then you still have the flashback side as well. Seems like the Rakdos deck will probably be capable of somewhat more powerful stuff over the course of the game, but these Orzhov decks are very, very consistent, man. You know what you're going to get and you always get it. It's going straight into the Dispute on the Ghast, which is interesting. Could have attacked with both of the creatures there. Disputed the one that was blocked. And would have actually got a card off of the Wedding Announcement. I guess here you get to hold up using your 2 treasures. You could go for a first strike on one of these tokens, which could be quite nice. almost certainly you're going to see this goblin attacking into 2/1/1s. Lidar with very powerful hand though. Fable is rolling, got Connoisseur, which will force out the Planeswalker if New Phyrexia wants to go for it. And the first strike combat trick is not quite as effective when it's already used pre-combat. Gonna lose a Hive to the Connoisseur, but not so bad. And does have this flashback side of the Rite of Oblivion to deal with either the Connoisseur or the Kiki-Jiki. One of them's gonna have to be removed though. You can't let that combo go unchecked. Draws a Witch. And here, kind of feeling the pain a little bit of not going for the attack last turn to draw another card off of Wedding Announcement. Just not a lot of stuff available here for the Orzhov player. Already kind of out of cards, and their next turn is essentially locked into being a Rite of Oblivion, I assume on Kiki-Jiki, because if they were going to remove the Connoisseur, they would have just done it this turn. A big board, especially with the Wedding Announcement buff and everything, but just not a lot of stuff other than that. And Lidar just with so much gas here. Another Fable, another Connoisseur, a Painful Bond. Aggro Mauling, which honestly is pretty decent, even on a token, when they're all this big. Not a ton of exile in these Rakdos decks, so you can expect these Witches and the Faithful Disciples to actually get to generate quite a lot of cards on their death effects. Lidar's version of Rakdos is the Invoke Despair version, so a lot of black lands, a lot of black cards. Does have one main deck Orvar, but no targets against this Orzhov deck with that Orvar. And also, interestingly, Lidar not really doing what a lot of other players are doing, which is using pathways or the slow lands instead of swamps, instead of mountains, to get some blue sources in the deck. Lidar actually only has the 4 crossroads as potential sources of blue. So might actually get, if they do draw the Orvar, just really, at this point, just relying on opponent discarding something to make use of that Orvar, or cycling it away with the Blood Token or with the Kiki-Jiki. But just really not planning to ever hardcast it. Lidar's creatures here are a lot higher quality than New Phyrexia's are. New Phyrexia's creatures are essentially just tokens, but they're bigger, aren't they? So still putting in a lot of work here. With the Wedding Announcement, Anthem effect, with the plus effect from the Wandering Emperor. We're going for an attack first. We'll probably see New Phyrexia cast Rite of Oblivion on the Kiki-Jiki, I imagine, while sacrificing the Witch. But you might be tempted to use it on the Connoisseur, given that there's another Fable in play. You don't have another removal spell. Wow. Didn't even use it? Invoke Despair's looking pretty good here. So you can invoke Despair, you remove the Planeswalker, you remove the Wedding Announcement, and you remove a creature. And also importantly, the tokens that are threatening to block the Goblin Shaman token will also get smaller, allowing the Goblin Shaman to attack, kind of, but not really because you can block with the Hive. But you need... LiDAR needs to attack with the token, because needs a treasure here so that they can activate their Kiki-Jiki on the Connoisseur at the beginning of New Phyrexia's next turn. I suspect we'll see the Witch die, yep. And New Phyrexia will be drafting a card from the Witch's spellbook, takes the bat. Interestingly, did not go for the attack, so not willing to give up the Goblin Shaman. Just to get a Kiki-Jiki trigger off. The bat is pretty nice though. A lot of discard in LiDAR's hand and just no cards in New Phyrexia's hand, so not particularly effective. That is now 2 Kiki-Jikis in play though. This Orzhov deck just running out of resources a lot quicker than I expected to see happen. That is the power of Invoke Despair. I mean, this is probably one of the best matchups for Invoke Despair. Just a bunch of good enchantments to hit. A bunch of good planeswalkers to hit. A lot of the time, the creature sacrifice part of the Invoke Despair, here it is, you're not going to force a sacrifice on a huge creature too often, but you're very often going to hit like a premium enchantment, a premium planeswalker. It's a very good card. The LiDAR offering the double block here on the Connoisseur with 2 Kiki-Jikis in play. So New Phyrexia can maybe suspect that there's a second Connoisseur in hand, or at least some sort of creature that can get value from the Kiki-Jiki, but very difficult not to take that block there. However, New Phyrexia does not take the block. Looks like we'll see the upkeep discard now. Thinking about just throwing away a plunder, just to essentially cycling it from a card for a card from the Orzhov deck. A land is fine. Alright, getting rid of the Legion Angels, that's very good. The Legion Angel is actually quite difficult for LiDAR's deck to deal with, especially in Game 1, because LiDAR is only playing one Meathook Massacre main deck. So kind of relying on single target removal against all those Angels is not too good, so getting that that is a huge discard for LiDAR. New Phyrexia does bite the bullet here and gets rid of that Connoisseur. Not going to be happy to see the next one. I don't think it's too necessary for LiDAR to kill this bat, but I wouldn't be shocked to see it. Looks like they are going for it. Could have cycled those lands away. Or that land with a blood token and maybe a future one too. We see Connoisseur come down and the pain train starts again. Here's this soft lock, and your phrase. Orzhov ain't recovering from that. Not just nowhere near enough instant speed spells there, which in the Orzhov deck, which is really the only thing you can cast from that point of the game. We go to sideboarding. Now, the Orzhov deck has 4 go blank sideboard, 4 duress, 4 doom scars, and then you've got your 3 Legion Angels. So, not going to see too many changes from the Orzhov deck here. I suspect you'll see all of the discard come in, apart, well, maybe not the go blanks though, because those go blanks are a little spooky against Orvar. It is open deck list, so Lidar knows about the sideboard options for the Orzhov player, so it will be interesting to see if they bring the Orvars in. Against a potential 4 of go blank. Looks like they're not going to bring them in. So far, anyway. Seems New Phyrexia is going to swap out the Meat Hook Massacres for the Duresses. Is what's being considered right now. Lidar not with too many changes, bringing in a few more Meat Hooks, bringing in the Bank Busters, bringing in the check for traps. And we do see the go blanks stay in the sideboard. Will the Orvars come in? Going for the one of. There are no go blanks to hit that Orvar, so playing it safe with just going for only one copy. That seemed like a very last minute decision though. Alright, there we see the Faithful Disciples. Which actually have quite a nice spellbook for this matchup. Where the spellbook is mostly, if not all, enchantments. Obviously enchantments can be removed by Invoke Despair, but there's a lot of other enchantments in the deck, so getting to like a critical mass of them could be pretty nice. And again, not a ton of exile in this Rakdos deck, so most of the time that these witches and these disciples are dying, you are going to get to a draft from the spellbook, which is nice. It's also just a reasonable creature, man. You don't need to attack for too many times to win the game. We see Duress, Painful Bond in response. Very nice hand for Lidar here. A wide variety of strong threats and a good removal spell. Faithful Disciple, not exactly the type of creature you want to use your Molten Impact on though. Interesting to see the Sorin discard. New Phyrexia does have a Rite of Oblivion in hand, which is a clean answer to Sorin. And Invoke Despair is a heavy like card advantage spell in this mid-range mirror. Maybe hoping to find another Duress before that Invoke Despair comes down. Alright, we see New Phyrexia sack the Disciple. With Deadly Dispute, gonna draw 2, gonna make a treasure, gonna draft from the spellbook. Gets that 5 mana thing that I've forgot the name of. Certainly can't read it in Russian. Yeah, another Disciple, another Ghast, a Witch, A lot of good creatures here, but no like wedding announcements, no wanderers, nothing really to pump these creatures up at the moment. They're still good, but you really want to be pumping them up with this Orzhov deck. Lidar will discard that enchantment from the spellbook with the Connoisseur. Looks like New Phyrexia is going to snap off the Rite of Oblivion. It'll be interesting to see what creature they sack here. They did not find the Duress in time for the Invoke Despair though. Same one again. Will another Connoisseur come down again? Or will it just be Slam Invoke? I think if you're Lidar, you can save these Invokes. There are good Planeswalkers to hit, there are good enchantments to hit, as we've discussed. It's still tempting though. I mean, you're most likely you're going to kill a Ghast. You're going to deal 4, you're going to draw 2. It's hard to pass that up. But you do have a good alternative with the Connoisseur. Looks like Lidar is considering going for the Connoisseur. Gonna cycle first. Connoisseur taking the same enchantment again. Rite of Oblivion. What a great card. And we're drafting from the Witch spellbook this time, which is a little bit more varied than the Disciple one, to be honest. Cat, Oven, Bat, Trespasser's Curse. Trespasser's Curse is a pretty cool one in this matchup. Goes for the Oven, which is kind of interesting. The Oven actually kind of, to some extent, bricks the Molten Impacts, huh? You can just, if one of your creatures is targeted by a Molten Impact, you can just sack it to the Oven, make a food. Yeah, your creature will die, but not only do you get to make a food, you also get to negate the extra damage that can be pulled by the Molten Impacts. So Duress for Lidar. So we do see the Despair. We'll probably not see the Oven used here, because if the Oven gets used, then you're just taking an extra 2 and giving Lidar an extra card. Meat Hook is nice, Tachynuma's pretty good. Deadly Dispute's a good draw. You've got some artifacts to sack to it. Tachinuma is okay, Pathway not so much. And Lidar just kinda grinding this Orzhov deck into Oblivion again for really just the second game in a row. It's looking very clean, like New Phyrexia not really done too much. Game 1 they had the wedding announcement with some tokens, they had the Wandering Emperor, but that was dealt with pretty quickly. In Game 2 here, just really not done too much. Drew a Witch, drew a couple of the Faithful Disciples, got them to die, got to draft from the spellbooks, but never really got to make too much use of those cards from the spellbooks. They were either discarded, like the Divine Visitation, I think it's called, or the... or in the case of the Oven, it came into play, but not really even been used yet. Okay, so the Tachinuma finds a Lolth, which is very nice. Not going to be enough by itself, but it's a good start. Able to even hold up the Field of Ruin here because of those treasures. This is about as good a use of Molten Impact as you're ever gonna get. It's not very effective on any of the creatures, so using it on Lolth's gotta be good. You can Molten Impact the Lolth. You can Meat Hook these spiders away. New Phyrexia will get to make a food token with the spiders. You might even want to save the Meat Hook because you're not under too much pressure. I mean, these spiders are doing something, but you're on 13. Seems pretty reasonable just to use it now. And again, New Phyrexia's kinda back to top decking. Lidar's got a Bankbuster in play with 2 charges. Got 3 damage under this Meteor. Okay. Not a bad one to top deck, a Wandering Emperor. That's another Bankbuster. Lidar just keeps going and going and going. The train doesn't stop. Activates their own Tachinuma. Bring back a Sorin. I suspect we'll probably see a plus. Minus is okay. I mean, so the Wanderer will come in. You can make a 2-2 and you can pump up that 2-2 on your own turn. 3-3 First Striker, which will probably get chumped. I imagine so. So the Wanderer goes to 3 loyalty, but remember there is 3 damage from the previous meteor impact, so this Wanderer will be going down shortly, which is very good news for New Phyrexia that they've top decked another Wanderer. Interesting to see what spell Lidar uses here to remove. If they use the Invoke Despair, which it looks like they're going to, it might be a bit tougher to remove this second one. But it still just looks so incredibly good for Lidar, man. 2 Bankbusters, there's a Fable now. 2 like reasonably useless discard spells in hand, but you don't mind when your discard spells suck, because that means your opponent's got no cards. And that does not sound like a negative to me. Saving the land for the Fable. This is gonna have to be another chump though, if you want to save your Sorin. Your rest top deck is not bad, but it's just not impactful enough. You at least get to get rid of this other Bankbuster. I can see New Phyrexia like kind of treading water for a while here, and might take a while for Lidar to close this game out, but I'm just not seeing a route back into the game. How does New Phyrexia find enough cards here to put up a real fight? LiDAR is just not... just going to keep... the train's just going to keep rolling. Got a Sorin plus. Got a Bank Buster. Got 2 Bank Busters. We might see a Sorin minus again though. We'll probably see a Connoisseur. Well, a Connoisseur is a little awkward. Like, you could just... you could attack with a Hive there. So you try and attack with a Hive, the Field of Ruin will be used, you can fetch a basic and you can still cast the Connoisseur. The Bankbuster attack's pretty good too though. So if they chump to protect the Wanderer, then you don't need to make a token. And if we don't see a block here, then we probably will see a token from the Sorin. Either a token or just cast that other City Stalker Connoisseur. Which I think is maybe fine too. The Connoisseur is just so unlikely to get a discard off anytime soon. You can play that one out, and that will give you a plus with your Sorin. Adversary's a great draw. 3, 6, 9 mana, so it's going to be up to an adversary for 8. LiDAR just has way too many resources, man. Like, Rite of Oblivion is a great top deck. You can remove 2 permanents here, exile them, but there is significantly more than 2 permanents that are killing you right now. Like, these Bank Busters are both a huge problem. The Sorin is a huge problem. The Kiki-Jiki is a huge problem. Even the Meat Hook is a bit of a problem. So you get to get rid of the token, you get to get rid of the Sorin. Not bad. And it feels like you have to use it on the Fable, right? It sucks to leave these 2 Bank Busters in play, but you also can't leave the Kiki-Jiki Connoisseur combo in play. That Rite of Oblivion was super good, but New Phyrexia needs like another 3 Rite of Oblivions. Then we can start talking about a comeback. I think we'll probably see the Adversary this turn. Adversary just for the full 8, I imagine. You can do Adversary for 8, you can play Haunted Ridge. That would be your 10th mana, and then you've got 2 left over for a Bankbuster draw. You're also attacking for 4 when opponent's on 10 with a 3-3. That's not irrelevant. Remove the 3-3, draw 2. Pretty good, pretty good. Play the land, draw again off the Bankbuster. Also pretty good. Gain 1 off the Meat Hook. Just so strong. At no point in this entire match has LiDAR ever ran out of cards. They just keep going, 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 going. And it takes it 2-0. That means New Phyrexia has been eliminated from the tournament, sadly, and Lidar moves on to the next round of the lower bracket, which we will be showing real soon. Alright guys, we're straight back in. We're going to follow Lidar again in their next lower bracket round match against Mako, who's actually playing Mono Green. Our first time seeing Mono Green this weekend. Using a few of the new Alchemy cards actually. They've got 4 copies of Forceful Cultivator, which we can see in their hand. Which is a 4 mana 2/3, put a basic into play, but it's only 2 mana if you have no lands in your hand. And they also have 3 of the new Jukai Liberator, which is the green ninjutsu creature. So it should be interesting to see what is the last remaining mono green player in the tournament. Lidar starts with a Duress, and these are 2 pretty spooky cards that you're choosing between here. Ranger class or they Invoke the Ancients. You can see that even if Lidar takes the Ranger class here to try and slow Mako down, still going to be facing a 2 mana 3/3 that can potentially draw cards later in the game. Not bad. But interestingly here, Mako can actually discard both of the lands, maybe, to the Plunder, to make this Cultivator cheaper. Try to discard one, but top decked a land. Punished. So that Cultivator next turn will get Mako their 5th land needed for the Invoke. Pack Leader is actually not a bad hit for Lidar though. You can Pack Leader here, you can follow it up with Painful Bond, and then when you cast your Connoisseur next turn to strip the Invoke away, you'll also get to grow your Pack Leader. So that land draw from Mako, really crucial here. Not getting the Cultivator last turn, and therefore not getting the Invoke down this turn. Mako's actually going to lose the Invoke. And now this Pack Leader on Lidar's side of the board becomes a very reasonable blocker. Lidar just drew 2 nice removal spells, could have stopped Mako drawing a card with the Pack Leader, but you would miss your opportunity to get rid of that Invoke, so kinda has to play the Connoisseur first, at least. Mako will get to draw a card here though. And draws... what is that? Snakeskin or Tamio? One of the 2? There was 1 copy of each in Mako's main deck. There is the uncastable Orvar. At least there's a Forsaken Crossroads, I guess. Can be made into a blue. An Old Growth Troll kind of laughing at this pretty bad Rakdos removal. And all of a sudden, Mono Green might just get there. This Troll's going the whole way. At least it looks that way. Unfortunately for Mako, they've actually tapped all their forests, so if a power word kill is used on the Troll, then the Troll will not be able to come back this turn. Which is... it's a pretty big mistake. That's an Invoke, which is obviously a good card. We're going to see an attack with the Lair of the Hydra, leaving up the most obvious 1 mana of all time. Yep. Lidar's... I mean, Lidar's hand kind of plays itself, huh? Fire off these removal spells, untap into an invoke, and see if you're still alive. There's Snakeskin Veil. So now there's a choice between remove the lair or remove the troll. Removing the lair seems very reasonable. Can't really even cast Invoke, huh? Cast Invoke, Mako sack the Cultivator. And then the lair is just lethal? And wow. The game's over. That was fast. Okay. Extremely impressive for mono green there. I mean, that game went kinda badly for Mako as well, and still just steamrolled it. Like those early turns with the Invoke and the Cultivator lined up so poorly, but it didn't really matter. So Rakdos kind of siding into essentially all of their removal. Getting rid of the plunders, keeping the connoisseurs, of course. Connoisseur is a great card against mono green. Mono green's got a lot of high mana cost cards. You get to discard one, and then the Death Touch blocker is great. Mako on their mono green deck has 3 Orvars in the sideboard though. Got some more protection spells, got some liberators, more fight spells. A nice well-rounded sideboard. Mako also, similarly to Lidar, playing these Orvars without having a reasonable way, really, to actually cast them if required. Just solely relying on the discard part. Lidar looks like they're choosing to play check for traps rather than Sorin, which is the only other real option. And again, brings in the Sorin instead of Lash of Malice. Lash of Malice just not really having too many targets against this mono green deck. A lot of 3 toughness creatures. There are some pups, there are some ranger classes, there are some pack leaders, but the truly threatening creatures are not going to be dying to those lashes. Mako here with a decision to make. There is 1 land and there is a cultivator. And you are on the draw. They kept it. Okay. Man, if Lidar had like a duress here, they could duress away that land. Alright. Mako needs a land, man. Badly. If they can make a land drop here, that land drop would have allowed the cultivator, that would have given them the 3rd land, and then it's just a triple troll train. But, alas, that's what's known in the business as RIP. Although, to be honest, 3 trolls is so goddamn good that maybe even a turn too late is fine. Like, Lidar, their deck is just not ready for Old Growth Troll. 4 Hagra Maulings, like, which is just too expensive. Invoke Despair, which doesn't really hit the troll that badly. Power Word Kill, Abrade, Molten Impact, Lash of Malice. I mean, not really a single card in the deck that effectively deals with the troll. And Mako's got 3 of them. And here they come. Honestly, the best card in Lidar's deck against Troll is Connoisseur, if anything. But Mako even top decked another 3-mana card there to protect at least the Trolls in hand from being discarded. Could discard that ninjutsu creature instead. The Liberator. But even blocking a troll with the Connoisseur, it's not that good. The problem here for Mako is that, yeah, they want to just slam another troll, but they actually can't let Lidar untap with the KKGK Connoisseur combo, so you're kind of gonna have to play this fight spell on the KKGK here, which then kind of takes you off of attacking a little bit. You don't want to fight the KKGK and then attack into the Goblin token. But maybe it's okay. I mean, if you were going to do that, you don't want to tap your forest though. They are thinking about it. They're thinking about a trade here. Unfortunately for me, I think Lidar would love to see an attack here. And happily trade off that 2-2 to get rid of at least one of the trolls. We'll see what they end up doing. I mean, they have a ranger class that they could play. They even have a Tamio's safekeeping that they could... Okay, did not go for the attack. So they could have protected the troll if a block was made, but it's not really a situation where you want to be using your Tamio's safekeeping. Well, Lidar did not find a land. They could go for an attack with the 2-2, and then if a block is made by the troll, you've got a meat hook for 2 using the treasure. And if you trade your token for the 2-2 ranger class token while making a treasure, that's not so bad. Especially when you've got an old growth troll. When you've got a power word kill for the old growth troll. But instead looks like it'll probably be Fable, no attack, skip. So it looks like Mako kind of made the correct decision not to attack last turn, because this turn looks a lot better when you've still got that Tamiyo's in your hand. Jump in the ranger class. No blocks, wow. No blocks? Okay. Bouncing the troll. What is going on? I mean, I like getting in with the Liberator because of the Seek, but at the expense of bouncing a troll? Okay, so Mako clearly thinks they can take this game super long. and I bow to their superior mono-green knowledge. Lidar just taking that as an invitation to get in there. It's go time, I'm gonna race. Invoke looking nice. And all of a sudden, Mako wishes they had the troll in play. I mean, you've got to invoke here, man. It's so good. No invoke. Just incredible greed from both players. Actually insane. Lidar looks like they're kind of holding those treasures to maybe get an adversary off and go for the win. Wow. You can power word kill the troll, haste in the adversary, or braid the adversary, put the mono green player to 2. They didn't go for it though. Surprisingly. Saving the treasures for game 3 instead. Goes for the invoke now. What is going on in this game, man? I'm lost. Land is nice. Alright. Troll goes down. Put opponent to 3 and you've got an adversary, a 3-3 adversary in hand. It's not bad. Plus you've got Geeky Jeeky Connoisseur combo in hand. Mako kind of fall into their own greed here. That bounce on the troll was crazy. I mean, yeah, you got an extra card out of the deal, but the card's sitting in your hand while you die, which is not the perfect place for a card to be. But I can understand it because it's so tempting. You think you've got a little bit more time against this Rakdos deck than you really have. Asking yourself the question, how can this Rakdos player, how can they kill me before I get to bring this troll back down? They can't, right? Sometimes they can, it seems. And we go to game 3 with mono green on the play. Mako's went down from 3 main deck invoke to only 1 after sideboard. Oh no, they've got the sideboard bug, man. I don't exactly know how this sideboard works, but I'm pretty sure if when the sideboard clock goes down to 0, the game should start. So it shouldn't actually affect the game, especially since it looks like Mako is trying to kind of submit this list, so they're not missing out on any changes that they would be trying to make. So hopefully the game just starts once that clock reaches 0. If it doesn't just start, then yeah, we're gonna have to restart the match somehow and go back to this spot. But as far as I'm aware, I think the game does just auto start once the clock runs out, even with the bug included. LiDAR making some changes. Actually going to go with a Lash of Malice for game 3 here. It'll be interesting to see how this mono green deck does in the play, especially with the cult, if they can get some sort of early cultivator off. I mean, LiDAR is relying heavily on single target removal and meat hook, which those are cards that mono green deals with very effectively, normally. With just playing huge creatures with all their very cheap protection spells. Alright, they're playing to stay in the tournament here. Loser is out. Winner goes into the next round. Okay, Mako with... I've got a 1-drop, but no 2-drop. This cultivator will not be brought in for 2 mana, at least not on turn 2. Does have a troll though. And we know how scary the trolls are. Just a nice hand for LiDAR though. 2 single target removals, a meat hook, an invoke, a connoisseur, and some card draw to back it up. This cultivator is very nice. Gets a 4th land, so could see troll next turn while holding up a snakeskin veil. Although holds the snakeskin, does not blow it off. Wow. The pack leader plus cultivator interaction? Sick. And that is a big board. And there is still a snakeskin veil in Mako's hand here. There's a lair in play, there's a troll to come, there's 4/4 haster to come. And LiDAR's cards are just looking so clunky here. Alright. Top deck the Liberator. Will we see the ninjutsu again? Another opportunity to use the snakeskin veil. Holds it still. And is gonna go for the Liberator. Can even recast that pack leader while also still holding up this snakeskin veil. Draws a land, which is just insane. Gets the troll down. LiDAR is slowly but surely getting to the point of the game where they might start turning it though. The connoisseurs are starting to come down. The invokes will be down soon. The meat hooks will be big enough soon. There's a pack leader. Mauling. Okay. And Mako kinda given up the chance earlier to use the snakeskin veil to protect against removal. Now kinda just forced to use it as a 1/1 counter. So, big regrets there. Mammoth is not bad. LiDAR needs a way to deal with this troll though. Blocking it is not really a good way to deal with it, sadly. The mono green pain trains keeps coming. Molten Impact is honestly a very good draw. Lidar's still in a bit of trouble though, so you can meet hook for 3 here. You gain 2 back to 12. Mako will probably crack this troll. Make their 4/4, untap. You can at least animate the lair for 3. So you can swing for 3 here with the lair or play the other troll that you've just top decked. Or the lair for 4, I can't count. Well, it's because it's got a counter on it. Okay. So, wow. Molten Impact, the power word kill top deck. The troll dies, you go to 5. Got a removal spell for the lair, and even if Mako does not activate the lair this turn, you can then just fire off your bond. Goes for the double creature. So the question is here, if you kill the troll and give Mako a kind of extra land here, can you cast Invoke on the pack leader? So you go to 6, you'll go to 7 when the pack leader dies, and this lair is coming in for what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Alright, Lidar's turning it. Big draw step here for Mako. Needs to keep the pressure coming. I don't think this lair's going to be enough to close this game by itself. Needs a bit more. I mean, a second lair is pretty good. A second lair is not bad at all. If Mako does not draw a land, that lair's coming in for 5, and it will be able to be blocked for 2 plus the Abrade. And that would send Lidar back to 4 life. That's painful. Trying to leave mana open so that they can play the pack leader after combat, but in doing so meant that Lidar did not even have to block with their 2/2 token on that turn. Lidar going for the upkeep draw here with the bond. Lidar is turning the game now, like the only way Mako can't brick for the rest of this game. Needs action every turn, and maybe they can squeeze out a win. But I think even a single brick will be the end of this game. Just because Lidar has too much stuff, and if they get any time to cast it, I think they'll be able to close this game. 2 blood tokens already. Hiki-Jiki about to flip. That goblin token is still in play because of Mako's somewhat greedy attack with the lair. Another blood token from the connoisseur in hand. Up to 5 now. Takes an attack for 2. What? There's Mammoth. I mean, Mammoth is a decent creature. With the Mammoth and the lair still in play, now maybe Mako can afford to take one, like, forest draw. It's not so bad. It lets you attack for more with the lair, it pumps your mammoth. The City Stalker Connoisseur does cost 1 life to cast, which is relevant here. Duress, not so good at this stage of the game. But Bloodthirsty Adversary, extremely good. A lot of options in the graveyard here of what spell to bring back. Molten Impact seems very reasonable. So Mako, I don't know what they can do from here, man. They need to remove this Kikijiki or it's going to start making adversary copies. And every spell in the graveyard is going to start getting brought back. Ranger class, this is not, it doesn't seem like enough to me. So now, Lidar on Mako's turn can start copying these adversaries and buying back all of these removal spells, and this game is kinda over now. Every creature that Mako makes is just gonna die. As if they ever actually get to even make another creature, because draw steps are getting discarded. Ranger class is not a bad way to get round the Connoisseur, but it's way too late now. Putting some counters on the lair, I guess. Giving up. Oh man, that feels bad. I mean, it's the only play that Mako has, but my god, that hurts. And Lidar takes a win in a quite insane match. Wow. Really good games there. Unfortunately, Mako will be eliminated, but Lidar stays alive. Just in the top 8. And we'll be back soon. Okay, and we're into the next match in the lower bracket here. We've got Mateus versus, again, Lidar. And this is a Rakdos mirror. Lidar with the 1 Orvar main deck, which they have found, which is huge. And Mateus, we've saw them a few times over the weekend. They've got Valky in the main deck, Tybalt. So we'll see how this one plays out. Finding the 1 of Orvar in the Rakdos mirror. You like that if you're Lidar. Slow start here, and we'll probably just see the plunder on turn 2. And interesting to see if Lidar uses it as ramp. You're kind of incentivized to use it as ramp when you've got an invoke in your hand. Probably see them copy the hive. They could keep it though. But I think having the invoke in your hand, being on the play, oh, it's so tempting. Especially when you can just go straight into the Connoisseur next turn. Only discards 1, and actually gives Mateus an invoke. Oh, it's a huge punish for discarding one card only there. The Invoke gets discarded to the Connoisseur, but now Mateus gets to actually cast their own Connoisseur at some point in this game that they would have otherwise lost. But this ramp to Invoke thing is no joke. Getting to cast Invoke before your mirror opponent even gets to cast their Connoisseur, even though nobody missed a land drop, that's pretty insane. You've even got the Mauling in your hand to protect from the Connoisseur, so it gets to keep the Fable here. Only one red source though, so needs to find a second red source to start the adversary train. I mean, needs to find a second red source to do anything, really. Got all this mana and all these cards, but can only actually cast one of them because there's only one red land. Can they find one here? Mateus does have a Painful Bond and a Molten Impact. Molten Impact, we know that's a great answer to the Fable, so we'll probably see that come out here. You don't want to waste your 2 damage off of the Molten Impact though, so you've got to cast the Bond first. Two lands, but one is a hive at least. I suspect we will see the Molten Impact. Looting first is a bit strange, because that makes your hand a lot weaker to another Connoisseur. Goes for a pass. Interesting. Lidar going for the upkeep trick. Doesn't actually have a draw spell though. Could try and find one with a blood token, but not really any cards here that you want to discard. Happy to play with all of these. Plunder is super good, because Plunder, if Mateus goes for only one discard, you could conjure a red source from your opponent's deck there. So I think we're very likely to see a Plunder in this turn. So Mateus passed. Did not use the Molten Impact to hold up the Abrade, but didn't use the Abrade either. Very interesting choices. Just goes ahead and discards 2 lands. Now got a choice of, do you play the Fable out to get it rolling, or do you save that treasure for next turn, because you still need a second red for this adversary, huh? So if Lidar plays the Fable here, they might lock themselves out of being able to rebuy a spell with the adversary, so I agree with the pass. There's an Abrade in there, there's a Plunder in there. Yes, going for their own adversary. On Bond. On Plunder. Okay. Also very good. I suspect we'll see Lidar discard Fable and then decline. Yep. Oh, got a Bond. Very nice. The Plunders have been good to Mateus this game. Got an Invoke, Despair, and then a Plunder. Mateus getting somewhat of a payoff here from sandbagging all this removal for really the entire game. Had a lot of opportunities to use these removal spells and not used them. But now maybe going to get to remove the CROKEYZ, maybe going to get to remove an adversary, a connoisseur. Double trigger here on the adversary. Had to give up the token for this, but still very good. Mateus discards the Fable. And now the interesting choice. Do you discard the Abrade? Or do you decline? The problem is that it's very likely Lidar will get a better card than Abrade, and they do. Molten Impact. But you can't... There is a bit of a payoff to keeping the Abrade in that now the Molten Impact and the Abrade can actually clear this board. You can Molten Impact the CROKEYZ, pull 2 damage, and then Abrade the 4/4, and with that extra 2, you'll be able to kill the adversary. But Mateus, just a bunch of removal here, kinda running out of stuff a little bit. Connoisseur for Lidar that will get rid of the mauling. And then Mateus is down to a single Spikefield Hazard. Lidar also not got much in hand, but got a Connoisseur on board and 2 blood tokens to try and find something. Okay. Connoisseur top deck. Alright. We've got a game now. Let's see who can find a bomb off of these blood tokens. Lidar with 2 hives, Mateus only got 1. And the hives are very important in these mirrors. At some point the resources eventually run out, and then you're attacking with your hives. Unless somebody snowballs, which is possible, but looks tough for someone to snowball from here in this particular game. Meat Hook is okay, but it is the only Meat Hook in Lidar's deck, so it's a tough one to get rid of. There are certainly better cards in the deck than Meat Hook, but there's worse cards too. Haunted Ridge, power word kill. So Lidar can attack with the Hive and the Connoisseur, maybe power word kill the Connoisseur. It's got to be tempting to remove this Connoisseur here. It's not the best target for your power word kill, but when they're on 12 and you're swinging for 6, it looks like a much better trade all of a sudden. Looks like they're not going to use it though. Oh, they are? Okay. I would have used it there. You risk just losing it to discard anyway by holding on to it. When it's... And to be honest, you're not going to find a better use of power word kill in this matchup than to allow yourself to hit for 6 when they're on 12. That's as good as it's going to get. Mateus finds Meteor, Impact, and an adversary. Wow. It is tough to deal with these hives though. Lidar's hives. Very good. So this adversary is gonna draw 2. Make the land drop. You can remove the Connoisseur, but that adversary cannot block the hives. It's a 2-turn clock. Mateus needs another creature in play to double block the Menace Hive, or going to be forced to animate their own hive just to block. Lidar comes in, puts them to 3. And Mateus is holding on. On board, Mateus can stay alive. But just. There is a painful bond in hand. There are opportunities to find something here. Okay. A Graveyard Trespasser. Now that's very good. Plays the land out. Yes, maybe you want to play the Connoisseur first, though. Man. Okay, looks like they're going to take the Hive block first. Okay. Seems fine. It does cost life. 1 life to play the Connoisseur. 1 life to play the Trespasser. I mean, the Trespasser can gain a bit of life, but when you're on 3, man, every point matters. 2 more hives to deal with here. The Trespasser can... It will cost 1 to cast it. It can get you back to 3, but... What are we going to see here? It's Trespasser or Connoisseur or block with a hive again. Remember, they need 2 creatures every turn to block this menace. Crossroads. I mean, it's not impactful, but it's a scry at least. And Lidar is going to go down to 1 hive now. I'll take you back to Lidar cycling away that meat hook earlier. These trades could have been dealing 1 damage a time. But instead, dealing 0 damage. Takes the token out. Interesting choice. It's another land. Goes to the bottom. Mateus rips another Fable. My god. I think you can get rid of... You should definitely get rid of the Connoisseur. That thing is just not worth paying 1 life for here. It is if your Kikijiki flips and you get to keep everything around. But the thing, because then you have the lock. But the thing is, if this Kikijiki survives, then the Kikijiki is going to win anyway, even with just the Trespasser. I don't think it's the end of the world to not loot away the Connoisseur, but I think you can definitely get rid of the Connoisseur there. If you want. Sure, the lock is like flashy and cool, but... Dude. Mateus is still alive. How? Token dies, enchantment dies, Saga. 2 damage is dealt. Draws another despair. Oh man. Massive payoff for keeping the Connoisseur. We've got to cast it. Oh my god. Oh my god. And that's why you keep the Connoisseur, baby. Got the double block for the Hive. What an insane game. Alright, I would have lost this game. I would have been an anti-Greed Lord and I would have got rid of the Connoisseur. I would have lost. Either restarting their client there, hoping that the duress will change to a different card or something. I don't know. But somehow Mateus wins game 1. That was crazy. Oh no, Lidar's got the sideboard bug, man. We'll most likely have to... That feels bad. There's a lot of planes in that sideboard, not many impactful cards for the matchup. We can at least see what Mateus's plan is. We've seen him on the stream a few times in these mirrors, and seems to be sticking to the plan he's had the whole tournament. Get the elixirs in, get the bank busters in. Get the rest of the duresses in. Sideboard bug is very annoying for Lidar, man. Fortunately, this doesn't happen too often, but it can happen. It's interesting that Lidar only plays 2 adversaries, whereas most people seem to be playing 4 at the event. I mean, Lidar's doing very well, so maybe 2 is correct. Seems that they value it a little bit less highly than Mateus does. Alright. Lidar had the sideboard bug there, so looks like they are possibly restarting. We'll see. We're in! Okay, nice. Let's go. So I assume Lidar will concede game 1 here and we'll move on to game 2. I mean, Lidar's on the play anyway, so I guess it's fine. I guess they'll just play. But Mateus is actually up 1 game here, even though there's no little marker there in the corner. Alright, both players with a couple of their sideboard cards here, a Duress and an Elixir for Mateus, and 2 Sorin for Lidar. Mateus' hand just very nice though. Got Fable and Connoisseur combo, got the Elixir, got a nice removal spell, got some decent lands. Looks like he is top decking a Painful Bond as well, which is not bad. Lidar gonna get a Scry. Check for traps is nice. Still need a 5th land for Invoke Despair, but got the 4th land for Sorin already. There's the Fable. We'll probably see Sorin just come down here, I imagine. Can't have Sorin in your deck if you're not casting it in this spot. So we're gonna have the Sorin versus Elixir matchup. Let's see it. Lidar did find a 5th land, but it is a 2nd red source, so that will not allow them to cast Invoke. That Invoke is gone anyway. Interesting choice here on whether to plus or to minus the Sorin. You could minus the Sorin and then you also... You can bring in these 2 tokens, right, from the Sokenzan, which will allow you to trade with the Connoisseur. Or you could just make the tokens and just jump with one of them. It's a little bit slow though. Obviously when you hit the Connoisseur you just slam that card. And we're seeing the problem with Lidar's sideboard configuration here. I mean, Mateus is really threatening to get to untap almost with the Kikijiki and Connoisseur combo online. Lidar just doesn't have any removal. Duress is a great card, but you need to remove one of these creatures. It's got to be a bottom. I think Lidar, like, over sideboarded too much removal out. Like, in this matchup, it kind of feels bad to use a removal spell, honestly, because the cards are so value-orientated that using any removal is somewhat inefficient, but there's just too many little combos going on where you just they have to be removed. As much as it pains you. Alright, so Lidar has to find a removal right now. Bond could help with that. Got a Sorin plus as well. Potentially. Duress ain't enough. This combo needs to go off the board. A braid. Okay, that'll do it for now. It's good enough for now. Bit of a temporary solution, but absolutely better than not removing something there. So you can take Molten Impact, and that would leave your Sorin alive, but with another Sorin in hand, I think you take the Fable, remove one of the creatures, accept losing your Sorin. Leaves the Kikijiki alive, though. Bold plays. Very bold plays. Can Mateus find something to go off with this Kikijiki? There's another Connoisseur. Oh my god. Yikes. And even copy the Connoisseur, get rid of the check for traps, kill this Sorin, and here we go. Lidar got 1 draw to save this game. 2 draws, I guess, got a blood token. Check for traps, nope. Go again. Mauling. Just hit it again. Lidar is just too good at the game. Has them all. Got to throw it out. Probably going to target the KKGK this time, yep. Makes sense. And now we're kind of at a stalemate. 2 blood tokens for Mateus though. 2 blood tokens and a creature in play. Lidar does have a den. Mateus with no creature lands at the moment. Or VAR. Okay. Pretty nice here, you can pass hold up the mauling. Top deck Fable. Okay, we need an upkeep stop from you, Lidar. There it is, thank you. A braid is okay. So Mateus kind of deciding here whether or not he's going to use a removal spell on the 2/2 token. So there's a lot of options. I mean, you can use a removal spell and attack. You can not use a removal spell and attack. Or you can just kind of pass and threaten a block. But that's a bit weak though. I think you can reasonably attack here and not use a removal, which is what Mateus goes for. Because you would take yourself off of a removal for the den if you go for a removal on the token. Paid off here, Mateus, for the patience. And Lidar is in big trouble now. Tournament life is at stake here. Is going to flip into a KKGK, but Mateus ready with the braid. Can cycle away that swamp with the blood token. That's an elixir, it's pretty good. I don't think there's any reason really not to play the elixir right now. I mean, you've still got you've got plenty of time to remove this KKGK with the braid. Decides to play it a bit slower though. This elixir is just a huge bomb. Adversary also a huge bomb. Because it means Mateus takes it and moves on. And Lidar, after a great run, is eliminated, I believe. So, I guess we'll wait for the next match. I'll see you then. Alright, welcome back. We've made it to the top 4. It's all elimination matches from now on. So we've got Mateus here, up against Patrick. The loser of this match is out. The winner moves on to the top 3, where they will be playing against the Grixis midrange deck. We've got Mateus on his Rakdos midrange versus Patrick, who is the last remaining Rakdos sacrifice player. Well, I was saying that I'd rather be the sacrifice deck in this matchup, but we'll see how it plays out. A reasonable start here for Patrick. Got an early creature, got a bunch of card draw, some removal. Four main deck Trespassers though for Mateus, which is very helpful in this matchup. You see two of them already. It's Gabriel that's waiting for the winner of this match on Grixis. We'll probably go for Dispute first here over the Bond, but just because with the Dispute you can also just cast the Bond too if you want, or even another Dispute using the Treasure and the Blood Token. Doesn't make a massive difference, I don't think, but an interesting choice. Harvester is a decent draw. Could have done with a land though. But can kinda make it work with 3 here. Could go for the Bond or the Dispute to try and make the land drop. Alright, got one. Now what are you doing? You can play Epicure and hold up Surge, you can play Harvester, you can just pass and hold up Dispute with both of the Surges. You could just cast the Dispute, make a treasure, use the treasure to play the Epicure. Harvester seems reasonable though. Big choice here on the discard for Mateus. Also needs some land drops, so gonna have to get rid of something. Unless he wants to be very greedy and just play the Spikefield as a land and keep everything. It's all pretty good though. You want that adversary, you definitely want your Trespassers. I would expect to see some sort of discard here. Okay, got rid of a Connoisseur and a Trespasser. Got rid of a Trespasser that costs life and drew one that doesn't. That's pretty good. See Molten Impact here. Very good against the Rakdos Sacrifice deck. So if Patrick played like another creature here, Mateus could Spikefield, Hazard the Epicure, and kill that other creature with the splash damage. There's so much draw in this sacrifice deck though. Bond, 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 Dispute, Dispute, Dispute. Finding all of the removal as well, which is pretty nice. Yep. Seems reasonable to just keep it going. Finds a land. It is the Takenuma, so one that you could consider holding, but perfectly fine to play it out there. And here come the Trespassers. Patrick obviously with a lot of answers to creatures here in hand, but despite that, it's still very annoying to remove a Trespasser. That word discard a card is no joke. Even if you're getting to remove it for only 1 mana. Surge being 1 mana to remove the Kiki-Jiki as well is very good though. I'm sure Patrick was hoping to find a Meathook Massacre by now. This would be a good turn for a Meathook, but only 2 in the deck, so no surprise that not found one yet. Looks like Patrick's going to go for the Surge on the Trespasser rather than the Molten Impact. Maybe a block into a Dispute. Could also just take the 3. Mateus's hand is coming together though, pretty nicely. Here comes another Trespasser, got 2 Bonds, 2 Abrades, and the Adversary. So no, with these 2 Abrades, there's not going to be any Anvils sticking anytime soon. Patrick needs to find their brush strokes, really. That's got a lot of mana though, so the synthesizers are like essentially impossible to brick at this point, which is good. There is the first meat hook. Now that is a clean way to get rid of 2 Trespassers. And there's the brushstroke as well. Why discard your cards to ward when you can just meat hook? Although even with all that draw for Patrick, after this meat hook and the brushstroke come down, already going to be kind of running out of resources. We'll have 2 blood tokens after the 3 blood tokens, sorry, after the brushstroke and the Epicure. But nothing really to loot with the blood tokens yet. Although it's kind of annoying to have so much removal kind of stuck in your hand, you do not want to be looting them away. They will be useful eventually. Mateus finds his own meat hook. Bonds are just so crazy. Does have an untapped Crossroads if he wants it, so could get this Connoisseur down, which would be very painful for Patrick losing his brushstroke, which he could have cast here. He does have 2 treasures. He is going to lose it. Feels like he may have needed to get that into play. And is starting to loot away the surges. Finds an anvil, but we know about the 2 Abrades in Mateus's hand. So the anvil's not going to stick around for too long. We'll at least get to make a token out of it. And can sack it for a drain also in response to the Abrade. But down to 2 cards and no blood tokens left, no card draw left, and Mateus's hand is full. Two Abrades, meat hook, 2 adversaries, a hive, and even the red legendary land. And if that red legendary land is good in any matchup, it's this one, right? The 2 1/1s are extremely relevant against what type of creatures Patrick is playing. Bunch of 1/1s, a bunch of 0/1s, the odd 3/2. I think you want to be using that for its channel effect here. Does draw another brushstroke, which is nice. Which can't be removed by the Abrade. Mateus might consider playing the Sokenzan as a land next turn just because it gets him to exactly 8 mana for a second flashback spell off of the adversary. But we will see. Okay, double synthesizer is nice. And Patrick also with a lot of land, so you can consider just cracking those to actually make the 2/2 token. Here comes the first adversary. Most likely for the full 8. Goes for a Bond and a Meteor Impact. Meteor Impact, very good on a Blood Artist. The Blood Artist will get 1 trigger, sure. But you get to pull 3 damage for later. Which will kill pretty much any threat in the Rakdos deck. Including the creature lands. I'm sure Mateus would like to have a bit more life. But got a lot of stuff to play with here. There's an anvil. There's an anvil and you can crack the... You can use your 2 treasures here to attack with the den. Or just one. One's fine. Mateus goes suddenly down to 3. And with the anvil, you can get him down to 2. Not quite dead though. So the question is, can Mateus survive if he sinks all this mana into the adversary? Or does it have to be for only 1? There has to be an Abrade on the anvil, we know that. There is 3 damage in the Meteor Impact, which will go on the 2/2 token. The meat hook triggers will negate each other out, so it will still be 3 life for Mateus. It's going to be close. So here the choice is basically get a second spell and give up the right to use your Sokenzan channel. Here's a Braid. So Patrick can sacrifice this this anvil in response to drain for another 1. Unfortunately, even with Apnat, I believe it's not lethal to sack the 1/1 token here because the anvil damage is resolved last. But I think if Patrick sacks the token here, Mateus will go to 1, back to 2, and back to 1. It's a bit... It can play tricks with your mind though, so not surprised to see Patrick take a minute there to think about that. Alright. Mateus goes to 2. Blood Harvester gives a blood token, which can drain or deal 1 damage via the brushstroke, but excuse me, no card left in hand to actually discard first yet. That is 1 damage from the Epicure. With a blood token, cycle away the Harvester, and I think that's game. There's nothing that Mateus can do to stop this 2 damage. And there we go. And that's more like it from the Rakdos Sacrifice deck. We've watched this deck a few times this weekend and it's never really come together, but that is more like what I've come to expect from that deck. So Mateus will probably bring in these elixirs, more removal, maybe trim on some of the discard spells. And we've seen Patrick's like plan of going into the Sorens, into the Lolths, into the Dragons. It worked out for him earlier in the tournament. I'm a bit surprised to see him not bring in his third Meathook though. But not surprised to see him try and go as big as possible. It feels like he already has the late game, so going even bigger is a fine plan. Actually got no access to any abrades in his list though, so no way to remove the elixirs if Mateus can find some. The only downside to going bigger like this is that it does make your synthesizers significantly worse. It becomes much more difficult to reliably use those and make use of the 2 cards that you get over the turns. They can definitely start bricking once you've got Lolths, Dragons, Sorens. You've already got Brushstroke as well in there. But if you can draw them in the mid to late game, like Patrick did in game 1, then they're still super good. Seems like a keep to me. Gonna have to hold that synthesizer for a while as we talked about, but starting off a game of Magic with 2 painful bonds will very rarely be bad. And a good removal spell is nice. Mateus also with a painful bond in hand. Needs to hit some land drops though, Mateus. Does have a Spikefield hazard, but would actually, in this matchup in particular, would really like to be able to hold that Spikefield and use it as a spell if possible. Not the end of the world though if you have to place it as a land. Doesn't need to yet though after drawing that Crossroads. And drawing a basic mountain next turn, not too bad. That's a 4th untapped land for your Connoisseur. Alright. That's a bit of a brick for Patrick though. Yep, even on 3 lands, just unable to use that synthesizer because its chances of bricking is simply too high. It's gonna... Not getting that synthesizer down is gonna mean that lose the dispute. Oh. Slowly but surely getting priced into having to cast it. Can maybe get away with waiting 1 more turn. Given that you can just play the impact, play the land, pass. It's not the end of the world. But you can see how awkward these synthesizers are once you make your deck a bit more expensive. And if we see the Connoisseur, it's bye-bye synthesizer. And Patrick is left with 4 lands in hand. Okay. That seems like a good card. I think Patrick will happily take the Lolth off the top there. That's just good magic. And here we see kind of the difference between Abrade and Molten Impact for Mateus. Molten Impact able to kill the Lolth. Abrade not so much. I mean, Abrade is still decent though, if he wants to go for it. Adversary into probably Painful Blood. I mean, going for Duress is very risky. Patrick does have 3 cards in hand, so unlikely that all 3 are lands, but Mateus can actually see that 2 of them are lands, 2 are revealed. I can go for a double chump here. Doesn't feel too good. Not the worst thing in the world though, you get a draw off of Loth, and you've also got the red legendary land that you can channel for 2 more blockers next turn if you do brick on something like a meat hook. This is why I'm surprised that Patrick went for only 2 of his 3 available meat hooks. You will regularly find spots where meat hook is good against this deck, despite the fact that it doesn't play a massive amount of creatures. So it's Harvester into Dragon or Harvester with the Channel Land is Patrick's choice here. Or possibly even Harvester, let the Loth die and Takinuma it back. That is also an option. So it seems better to just leave the Dragon for now and make your decision between the 2 legendary lands on Mateus's turn. Mateus with an Abrade, which is nice. Does know about both of these lands though, so has to play around the channel effects in some way. The Duress might get cast here. Which is good news for Patrick. Mateus does have a lot of tools. 2 big creatures in play, got a Trespasser, got an Abrade. The problem with Abrade on the Harvester into attack is that then Patrick can go for the red legendary land, double chump, 6 loyalty on your Loth, you can make a couple of spiders, you've still got 3 loyalty left over. These legendary lands look playing out very, very well here. Keeping the Loth alive. Abrade also looking like an extremely bad Molten Impact. Just not able to kill this Loth. And we all know how scary a Loth can be if it stays in play for a long time. There's the Anvil. And suddenly Abrade becomes a good Molten Impact. This dragon is just so insane on this board though. There is a meat hook for 1. The meat hook for 1 will put both the adversary and the Trespasser down to 2 power, and the Loth up to 5 loyalty, so the Loth will still not be dead. It is possible to kill the Loth, maybe, with an untapped land, because then you can meat hook for 1 and attack with the Hive. We'll see if Mateus can get through to this stupid Loth. It's just such a hard planeswalker to kill, man. Like, with attacks, it's crazy. So Patrick with a choice whether to tap this Predator to protect it. I mean, you should just start off by... It kind of makes sense to do so, right? Just to sack every creature. You prevent the meat hook triggers there that way. It does tap your Predator, so it does give Mateus a clear hit at the Loth, but... For yet another turn, this Loth will not die. And even if Mateus finds a way to kill this Loth eventually, the Takinuma is still in the hand for Patrick, so can get it back. But I do like just, in response to the meat hook, just sack all of your creatures. Your predator is protected from removal for a turn. Now Mateus has got a choice on whether to go with the other Trespasser or hold up the Abrade. Or cast the Abrade on the anvil. At least the Loth is going down to exactly 2 loyalty, so can't make any spiders. But does get to draw yet another card. Mateus leaving the anvil in play for another turn. Just to get this Trespasser down, make it more likely that they can kill the Loth over the next turn or two. Second anvil. No way to actually generate tokens without sacking an anvil though. If you sack an anvil, yeah, you'll get 2 tokens, but that Abrade's going to clear up the other anvil. So it looks like Loth is maybe finally going to die, but then it's just going to come back. And all the while that Mateus is messing around trying to kill this Loth, now the dragon's coming in hot. There's Mateus' own Sokkenzan. Pretty good here. You also can just attack with the Hive. I'm kind of failing to see how Mateus actually kills this dragon. I'm a little bit worried. This dragon might just go the whole way. I mean, with those attacks, Patrick can keep the Loth alive again, if he wants to. Going into the Loth with only 2 3/3s. The Hive does have Menace, but Patrick can sacrifice these 1/1s before damage goes through, after blocks. And put the Loth up to 4 loyalty. And with a block on the Trespasser and a block on one of the creatures going face, it'll still be on 1 loyalty somehow. But with the Takenuma, maybe Patrick will just let the Loth die here, we'll see. Because Mateus' board is getting big now, so the Loth is starting to lose a bit of its use if it's not making spiders. So we see a block on the Trespasser that was going face here. Keeping 1 token around to protect the dragon. And I suspect we'll see Patrick just bring this Loth back again. Not too many more attacks from this dragon. 2, 3 attacks maybe. Needed, so just basically got to stall. And Loth is an incredible planeswalker for stalling. You can put Mateus down to 9 or 8 if you want to attack with your token, which I can't believe you do. Down to 9, and now Mateus has got a serious problem where if he wants to kill the Loth, he needs to attack with all 3 of these creatures and the Hive. And if he does that, then Patrick can just let the damage go through and kill on the swing back. So yet again, from the information that we have so far, this Lolth is not dying. Although maybe that spike field changes things. But how do you stop this dragon, man? Dragon's coming in for 7 next turn. Patrick just needs to find 2 damage somehow. Spiders are pretty good at dealing 2. I think there's just no reasonable way. It depends how many creatures are in the graveyards, but I don't think there is many, if any. So I don't think there's a viable way for Mateus to kill this Lolth. If he attacks with 3, then you just triple block, you get to make more spiders. If you attack with 4, you no blocks, you make some spiders, you attack with a den. If there are no creatures in either of the graveyards, which I think is the case, the game seems like a lock. The Sokenzan in hand for Mateus is very good at stopping these spiders and very good at stopping the creatures on the ground, but just no answer to this dragon, man. Yep. All face, baby. I can't kill this dragon, so I guess I'll try and kill you. Passes, goes to Knight. Kills the Lolth, yeah, sure, but now you've got 2 spiders coming with Menace. Dragon for 7. Den of the Bugbear. Goblin token? Artifact token? Is attack all lethal? That's the question. I mean, it has to be, surely. Mateus has 5 blockers at maximum. 7 from the dragon. And there's 5 ground attackers. 2 of them are Menace. It's lethal. It's not lethal, actually. It's not! 1 off. Wow. It's gotta be lethal with the 3 Menace attackers, 5 blockers, so you can block 2. Yep, it's just 9. So you can make your 2 1/1s, you can block 2 of the Menace creatures, and you can block the 1/1 if it attacks. And you're taking 7 plus 2. Which is 9. And this dragon has just soloed the entire game. Wow. Well, let's say the dragon plus Lolth have comboed to duo the entire game. There was a point in this game where Patrick had absolutely nothing going on. Top deck the Lolth, used the Lolth to find the dragon. and just a few turns later, the game is over. I don't know what Mateus can hit here. The land is not enough. Got to loot. That ain't it. 7+2 coming through. And Patrick takes it 2-0. A great run by Mateus, but he's eliminated in 4th place. And Patrick moves on now to play for a spot in the grand finals against Gabriel. And that'll be coming up very shortly. Alright, let's straight into it. Time for our top 3 match. So we've got Patrick on his Rakdos Sacrifice deck versus Gabriel on CROKEYZ Midrange. And they're playing for a spot in the grand finals against Mira. Winner is eliminated in 3rd place. Or loser is eliminated in 3rd place. Sorry. We're not going to eliminate winners in this tournament. So this should play out pretty similarly, you would expect, to the previous match. It is Rakdos versus Grixis this time, rather than Rakdos versus Rakdos midrange. But not a huge amount of differences between the Grixis decks and the Rakdos decks, mainly just the use of Kaito and main deck Orvars more than anything. So I think Patrick will be confident here of not only getting maybe a place in the grand final, but possibly going the entire way. I mean, it's all good matchups for him from here until the trophy. We'll see how BLM can do though. Has drawn the 1 copy of main deck Orvar, but this Rakdos Sacrifice deck doesn't really have anything that would trigger that Orvar. Not in the main deck anyway. Actually quite a bad draw for BLM. You can see him just immediately loot it away using the Fable. Does have a Connoisseur coming in here, which is very good on this to hit this Deadly Dispute. And in combination with the Fable, we could see a pretty quick lock here. Patrick does have Voltage Surge, so we'll be able to remove the Kikijiki. Considering sacking the Anvil. Had 2 damage under Molten Impact and could have used Surge there to kill off the Connoisseur, but I guess chose not to. Seems fine, maybe. Goes for a Hive attack to eat the Bond. A lot of gas in BLM's hand here. Trespasser is good. Not the best matchup for Infernal Grasp, but your Meathook Massacre is insane. Molten Impact is insane against the Rakdos deck. Your Adversary is super good too. Did just lose the Painful Bond from your graveyard from the Hive attack, but so the Adversary a little bit worse. But all that good stuff in hand, and the Kikijiki Connoisseur stuff in play already. We know that Gabriel's not going to get this kind of soft lock off because of the Voltage Surge. But still going to get to keep a 3-3 in play, which is no joke. Or are we going to see the Connoisseur removed again like we saw earlier? So the Meathook starts ticking. And really, Patrick's kinda got nothing. A Den in a Dream? Grasp, at least finding some use in this matchup to get rid of the creature lands. the one thing that dodges the molten impact. Connoisseur, second Connoisseur can get rid of the Harvester. And Patrick kinda getting picked apart here. 2 Trespassers in hand, Adversary in hand, Removal Spell in hand. Patrick's down to just some creature lands. Not even got so much as a blood token. Needs to start chaining like some draw spells into some anvils and brushstrokes, like find some bonds, find some disputes, find some synthesizers, and use those to then find anvils, then find brushstrokes. And looks like he's got 1 turn to do that. 1 top deck. And to be honest, even if he did that, I'm not sure he's winning this game. Maybe a meat hook into those could buy some time, but that a very fast game 1. Gabriel just stomping. And I would expect to see Patrick do the same plan. Let's see the Sorens, let's see the Dragons, let's see the Lolths. Gabriel with his Grixis deck, bringing in Negate, not playing the Stroke, not playing the Test of Talents. It'll be interesting to see whether he brings in his Bankbusters. That'll give you a lot of information as to how he sees the matchup playing out. Does he think he can grind this with 3 Abrades? With meat hooks, with adversaries, with Kaito? Or is he trying to play similarly to game 1 and just get Patrick dead? Looks like he's kind of happy with what he's got. He's just trying to find the 1 cut. He was on 61 cards there. Got in a Kaito. I mean, that gives you a lot of information about how he sees the matchup. He wants to deal damage and deal it fast. We go to game 2. Alright, Patrick kind of flopped over and died in game 1. Let's see if he can put up more of a fight in game 2 here. Drew some of his sideboard cards, which is always a good start. Gabriel just with another insane handle. Abrade got any anvils covered. Got the Fable of the Mirror Breaker to get started on his proactive plan. 2 Trespassers, great creature against the anvil deck. And to top all that off, also got a Connoisseur, which will most likely get rid of either the Sorin or the Dragon. So one of these big 4-drops will not be finding a space on the battlefield. Wow. Extremely risky synthesizer there, but absolutely nails the black source. You can sack the anvil in response here. You'll actually still get a token and a drain, so despite losing the anvil, it's not the end of the world there. Still very much like a positive trade for you, even though you'd quite like to have the anvil still in play. There's a 4th land. No second black for Sorin yet, though. So I suspect we'll see Connoisseur come down, and that Sorin will get discarded. ELM with no way to answer the dragon though, and I'm concerned that this dragon will just go the whole way again. Is this dragon just the best card in the format or what? What is going on here? It can't be killed. This thing just needs to attack 4 times and the game is actually over. Can Patrick find another 4 attacks with a dragon? Let's see. Is he gonna steal another game with this dumbass dragon? And BLM's got like a great board, got a great hand, but it doesn't do anything against this dragon. Patrick just has to find the... Got to attack with this dragon every turn. Okay. Attack number 1 has been found. Also got 2 impacts in hand, which is very nice for stopping this potential connoisseur Kikijiki combo that BLM's trying to put together. There's a Molten Impact. It's a removal spell. It does not kill the dragon. This is where BLM takes a second and thinks, okay, how the hell do I remove this thing? What do I do? And honestly, man, I don't know. I don't know. How do you remove this thing? It's basically like Meat Hook Massacre, and that's about it. But the problem is, even if you draw Meat Hook Massacre, this dragon is growing like 1/1 a turn, so you're actually going to struggle to ever have the mana to actually remove it. Now the treasure making goblin does help with that, so maybe a Meat Hook will help. But look at your board, it's not a board you want to Meat Hook, is it? It should be the opponent meat hooking you. But that ain't gonna happen. There's the first Molten Impact. You can hit the Trespasser here, use the excess damage from the previous one to kill the treasure making token. Discard a land. Get in for your dragon attack. Get through for that damage and say, do you know what? I'm putting you to 6. And you're now dead to 1 more attack from the dragon. This dragon is just obnoxious, man. Alright, Painful Bond. What we got? Hit the Meat Hook, has 1 treasure, needs an untapped land. Wow. Wow. The pain. Okay, BLM goes back to 6. Got 4 damage off of the den. 1 damage off of the anvil. It's not lethal, man. It's not lethal. Goes to Knight. Possible 2 triggers off the Trespasser. Can BLM stabilize here? I've got to say this den is also now a big problem. Hello? Use your anvil? Anvil? There we go. Alright. Just about closed it out there. That mate hook draws with the land, crazy. But we do make it to game 3. Whew. Alright. One of these players is going to the grand final. At the end of this next game. And one of these players is going out of the tournament. For a spot in the grand finals, here we go. Looks like Gabriel's considering some last minute changes, actually going for the counters over the Kaito. Very interesting. Going for the counters on the play over and went for the Kaito on the draw. A very unusual decision. Alright, here we go. No red for Gabriel there. But still a snap keep. A Sorin and a Predator again for Patrick. Will we see the dragon get discarded? I mean, you really want to get rid of that painful bond, but... Are you going to let that dragon come down again? Are you going to risk your tournament life on the fact that you can beat this dragon? Just to discard a painful bond? Are you going to risk it all? What's it going to be, Gabriel? It's a tough choice, man. Like, when you see only 2 lands there and a painful bond, you are so tempted. But plays it safe, takes the dragon. There is the land regardless, so... Clearly objectively correct play there. Alright, Patrick needs to draw some cards that are not lands. Deadly Dispute, pretty nice. Can be used with a synthesizer, but given we know that Patrick's went a lot more mid-rangey after sideboard, one also wants to delay this synthesizer as much as possible, really. Doesn't want to get caught with hitting a Lolth or a Dragon or second Sorin with that synthesizer when he can't cast them. Has got to use it at some point, but does want to delay it as much as possible, I think. BLM trying saving these adversaries rather than going for the aggressive plan. Will Patrick play the Sorin? Does have access to the deck list, so knows that there are counterspells in BLM's deck. Goes for it. Kind of an unfortunate minus there. Gabriel can cleanly abrade that token, get the adversary down, probably go for a check for traps here again. Another interesting choice on the discard, though. Synthesizer's got to be tempting with this much mana. Yep. So you leave Patrick with no target for the dispute, but obviously plenty of targets in the deck that could be drawn. Gabriel has another adversary, but I believe there's only an Abrade in there at the moment. Yep. Patrick just needs to find something to use this dispute on. Bond is a good start. There's the Lolth. Can't quite get it down though. And another discard spell takes the Lolth. It's looking good for Gabriel here. Next turn even has adversary in to check for traps again. If he wants to get rid of this dispute. Could also play the Fable that is just top decked. Reasonable. Very hard to pass up getting rid of this dispute though. If you get rid of this dispute and then the number of good top decks for Patrick goes down significantly. You also get to get in for another 3 damage compared to playing the Fable. Down to 9. That's a brick. Gabriel's looking good. Mira waiting in the grand finals on Rakdos midrange. Patrick trying to believe in the heart of the cards here. Something like top deck Bond into Meat Hook and could still have a shot. So Gabriel's got to consider that here. Like, obviously you want to get your Fable down, but what does Patrick need? He needs a Meat Hook. So why play your Fable into the Meat Hook? That's a good pass. Here's Harvester. You've got Bolt for either the Harvester or the Den. And we're going to see Gabriel in the grand finals. Patrick finishes 3rd place. Great performance. Unlucky to be out, but we'll be back very shortly for the grand finals. Mira versus Gabriel. See you then. Alright, we've got the grand finals here. We've got Mira on their Rakdos midrange deck versus Gabriel on the Grixis midrange. Now, because Mira came in from the upper bracket and has not lost a single match yet in the whole event, they will have 2 lives in this grand final, so basically Mira has to win 1 best of 3 to become the champion, and Gabriel has to win 2. So we've got battle for mid-range supremacy here between Rakdos and Grixis. What's the better version? Let's find out. Gabriel on the play with Kaito, looking real nice here. Mira with a Plunder, pretty good. No 2-mana creature or 1-mana creature for Gabriel makes Kaito a little bit worse the turn it comes down, but still super good on the play. Just kind of a nice, well-rounded hands for both players. Got lands, got removal, got proactive plays, got reactive plays. It's the power of midrange right here. 2 very solid hands. Kaito having to make a token on the turn that it comes in is a bit of a shame, but it's not the worst either. There's the Fable. Patrick with Molten Impact, obviously a great answer to Fable. Also got the Meat Hook, also got the Connoisseur. I think you can easily pitch the land here. This hand does not need land number 5. Wow, goes for the Meat Hook. Okay, I would have thought that was the least likely choice. With 4 lands in hand, Mira is going to welcome this loot for 2. Very strange meat hook there from Gabriel. An adversary, a connoisseur, plunder, and a meat hook. With 2 untapped lands. That's the hand for Mira. Gonna just go for the adversary. Get rid of this Kaito while you can. Yeah, I mean you can discard one of the impacts, but you can't discard both. You need that second one for the Kikijiki. Goes for a decline, gives up a trespasser. Connoisseur hitting your opponent's connoisseur always feels nice. At this point, Gabriel kinda wishing they had a meat hook in hand. Does, of course, still have the impact, so can remove the Kikijiki, but not quite as efficiently as it could have been done. Guess Mira is considering whether to attack with the adversary. If they get a block, they can just do their own meat hook for 1. Gonna try it at least. I can meat hook for 1, which is pretty nice. Mira will probably be able to get this this trespasser down, because I think it's very unlikely that Patrick goes for the City Stalker Connoisseur here. I mean, you want to cast the Connoisseur, but you have to remove the Kikijiki. Especially when you also get to fit in your own trespasser. It's pretty good. So 2 damage underneath that impact. Nothing to proc that 2 damage at the moment, but plenty of things that can be drawn. Choosing to take the adversary food over the creature for the drain. Rewarded immediately with a top deck adversary. So 8 the plunder. I'm not sure what was left over there. Grasp. Sure. Okay, so maybe Mira will actually lose that Graveyard Trespasser to the Connoisseur. So then you've got to choose between playing the Hive or cycling it away with the Blood Token. There are much better targets for the Blood Token than the Hive, so I agree with putting that into play. Invoke Despair is a good draw. Alright. Can Gabriel top deck as well as Mira? It's not bad. It's not bad. You do have the 2 damage from the earlier Molten Impact, so you can put that 2 into the adversary and then pull another 3 damage for any future spells, which can be used to remove the creature lands. So you'll take a hit from the creature land here, but you're well set up to be able to remove those in future turns. Or at least remove one of them. The Den is annoying though. Leaving behind that 1/1 token. Goes to 9. We definitely cycle a Riverglade Pathway. We definitely cycle a Haunted Ridge. And we definitely cast a Fable. So can at least block one of the 1/1 tokens here. But probably taking... I guess if Mira attacks with the Den, you'd probably block the Den, I guess. Take 2 off the 2 tokens. Goes for Plunder. Gets a land. Can still attack with either of the lands. I suspect you've got to take the trade here. Yep. Need an upkeep stop. Upkeep stop. Kaito is not good enough. Need an instant or a sorcery. Preferably an instant. Sorcery not quite as good. Instant could have killed the next manland, but you're getting rid of one token is okay at least. What do you get? Adversary, but only 4 lands. Oh. Has to be cast. Getting so low here. Hive attack puts you to 2. You can even attack with a goblin token. You've got a meat hook. It'll get blocked by the adversary and Gabriel goes to 1. Not sure that's actually worth it, but, you know. Attacking with the den is weird. Alright, goes to 2 with 2 1/1s in play. Trespasser during night. Oh my god. We've got a game. How many creatures are there? 2. There's at least one more adversary in Mira's graveyard, and there's a few creatures in Gabriel's graveyard too. The Kiki-Jiki is going to live. It can start copying trespassers. Gabriel's not dead. Actually, I guess the Kiki-Jiki can die here, because if Mira attacks with the den, Gabriel has to double block the hive, sorry. So you will lose the Kiki-Jiki, and Patrick goes to 1. You can't block the 2 1/1 tokens. So I think this is a hive attack. Hive attack all. Well, I guess it's like it doesn't feel good, but you've got to kill the Kiki-Jiki, and this is the only way that you have to kill it. So Patrick goes to 2 and takes 1 from the meat hook. Goes to 1. Attacking Numa. That doing anything cool? 1, 2. Looked like 3 creatures in the graveyard for Gabriel there. 2 for Mira. Alright, back up to 3, so you can either animate the hive to block one of these tokens, or you can get your Takinuma off, potentially. Celestis leaves you with not quite enough mana to get rid of this land, so probably just take the scry. Alright, Mira was on the draw, never mind, can get rid of it. Hits a plunder, gains 1 life, goes to day, back to night again. Can take another trespasser, man. There's an Abrade. No more life gain off of Celestis. Oh yeah, sorry, it does stay in day there. The Celestis was cast. So it is going to stay in day again. This is an easy attack. It looks like if there's only Plunder top deck, Or there's only plunder in the graveyard, sorry, for Mira for in terms of adversary hits, so that as a top deck is not going to be too impressive. Bond is great though. Bond is a great place to start. And the meat hook with the Celestis mana, and it's daytime, and both the trespassers die. Good lord, what is this game? Mira goes back to 12. Gabriel goes down to 3. If Gabriel abraded that Celestis earlier, this meat hook would have been uncastable. But chose to hold it. Does still have a hive though, Gabriel. No creature lands left for Mira. But Mira has Celestis and meat hook going. Land is not great, but at least you get to attack with your hive and hold up the Abrade now. So that's Bond, Plunder, Plunder. Gotta take the Bond here. Takinuma. I don't know how many hits that's got left. There's been a lot of trespassers, a lot of hives. I don't think there's too much in there for the Takinuma. Will Gabriel use the Abrade on the Celestis, or is the plan just to leave it there? Looks like the plan is to leave it. Here's Connoisseur, so it's going to be forced. At least you get to remove the Connoisseur, but you go to 2. This meat hook damage really beginning to get painful. 2 life. That's a 4 mana 3/3. It attacks for 3. Mira now has a blood token, so any card that's drawn has to be considered as possible loot target. You're not looting a Meteor Impact though. Not when an opponent has a 3/3 creature and you've got a meat hook. Just kill the creature, put them to 1, pass the turn. Guess you can activate the Celestis, yes. Okay, tough choice. What should we discard? I think Meteor Impact. Mira up to 12. Gabriel down to 1. Plunder. It'll give you something. A Forsaken Crossroads. That is not what we want to see. Alright, with 3 impacts and a plunder. So now, adversaries for Mira are super good. Ignoring the fact that it's just lethal damage. Also, the spells are pretty cool. Do you know what else does lethal damage? Invoke Despair. Mira takes game 1. And is now 1 game away. 1 game win away from being our champion. The Orvars come in on both sides. You would think. Is Gabriel not bringing in the Orvars? Bringing in all the counter spells. All the bank busters. Looking to go long. 2 Bankbusters for Gabriel, 3 Bankbusters for Mira. Mira actually cutting an adversary, which is quite interesting. Still got what looks like 4 more cuts to find though. On Mira's side, 1 cut on Gabriel's side. Gabriel really not bringing in the Orvars. Which is kinda sick because, I mean, Mira has cut the Ponders. And has cut the Connoisseurs. Still need another 2 cuts from Mira here. Took out a Bankbuster. Took out the Infernal Grasp and 1 more. Also quite surprised to see some of the Invoke Despairs go out of Mira's deck here. Very good, especially when you know opponent's playing Kaito. "10 seconds. Gotta make a decision." Alright, here we go. Gabriel on the play to save his tournament life. Found his stroke, found a Bankbuster. Got a Fable but no red mana. 2 Orvars for Mira. And the Celestis, and the Meat Hook. Oh baby. Alright, let's see how this goes. Second Celestis, nowhere near as good as the first one. Will we see just a 2-2 adversary here? We will. Get an aggro. Trying to claim that title. We have saw Mira play many an adversary on turn 2 before. We have also seen the classic Mira line of turn 2 adversary, turn 3 Celestis. The only person I've ever seen do that before. Patrick needs some red mana. There's a red source. Nice. Can't quite get his Fable down this turn because got to hold up this Disdainful Stroke, but should be able to get the Fable down next turn. Very nice here to be able to hold up the Stroke or the Bankbuster draw. Just Disdainful Stroke on the hard cast Orvar. Man, what is going on? Alright, Kaito or Fable? Fable seems good first. Kaito better once the creature's already in play. Mira finds a Sorin. Does have a check for traps as well. And Meat Hook, but obviously wants to try and hold on to this Meat Hook if possible until the Kikijiki flips and can remove both of the creatures at once. Hard casts another Orvar. There's an adversary. Only 1 red source though. So far. Does have the Crossroads, but it's tapped. Goes for an attack. So Meat Hook for 1 into Kaito maybe? Kaito, play your Crossroads as a red. Kaito can plus and just draw a card here. Nope, goes for the other Fable first. Well, this is a bit worse against the Meat Hook that we know that Mira's got. Mira still doesn't want to Meat Hook next turn though, wants to wait until at least that first Fable flips. Next turn. Land is very good for Mira. Now you can do Sorin and check for traps in this turn, using the Celestis mana. Tough choice though. Kaito with a creature in play or adversary with mana to use it. Has to be the adversary, yeah. At least to get the full draw. We would have to see the 2-2 just kind of run into this lifelinker. Which is not really something Gabriel's going to want to do. Attacking with the Hive is decent, but now you get to kill the Sorin, but now Mira's meat hook's beginning to look really juicy. You can clean up a token and a Kiki-Jiki now while keeping your token alive. Finally get to cycle away that other Celestis, it's pretty good. Gabriel does have enough mana left over here for a Bankbuster draw though. Still got plenty of stuff to do even though this meat hook is decent. Mira can get a scry with the Crossroads, it's not bad. Gabriel running into a little bit of a life total problem again here though. Still on 13, but this flying lifelinker makes a big difference. And this Kaito is also not looking too hot at the moment. Probably going to have to make a token with him. And then, okay, the adversary helps a lot. Also just hit an 8th mana. So can go adversary, both spells hit a bond. It's a huge swing here. Bond, draw 2, impact, clear the token. And all of a sudden, it's Mira who's in trouble now. Does have Celestis and at least one land in hand to filter away and try and find stuff. Gabriel hits another bond. Adversary is a great target for Kiki-Jiki, but Gabriel doesn't have a ton of stuff left in the graveyard, but does have that bond for next turn if he's able to copy this adversary. Bankbuster's pretty good. Does not remove Kiki-Jiki though, which is #1 priority. Oh man. We're gonna get to see our first untap with Kiki-Jiki in quite a while. So you can bond, copy your adversary, rebuy your bond again. You're drawing 4. And that is 5 mana. You've still got mana left over to get a Kaito down if you want to do that. Not copying the adversary on this turn. Interesting choice. There's the meat hook. Might have missed the window. Can't actually afford anymore after the Hive attack to use the bond. Unless there is another spell in there that I've forgotten, but I don't think there's any targets. There's the stroke. Oh my god. Wow. Pretty good. That's 7-9. That should be lethal. Three, 6, 9, 10 mana, so you can copy and pump 3 times. So 5-5. That's only 9. You can copy and pump once and use your Hive. That's 3, 6, 10. Also not quite lethal. 11 if you want to use one of those 3/3s to crew the Bank Buster. Yeah, I'm not quite seeing lethal here, but it's very close. Puts Mira all the way down to 2. And I'm not sure what cards are in this Rakdos deck to overcome this board state. Not a pathway, anyway. There's the Bankbuster draw. You do get to make another little blocker. But Gabriel stays alive. We go to game 3. Somehow we're playing a Rakdos, like a Rakdos / Rakdos X mirror here in the grand finals, and neither player's using their goddamn Orvars. This is insane. The Orvars are in the sideboard, man. What's going on? Alright, we go into game 3. Will Mira be crowned our champion, or will Gabriel take us to a next and final match? Remember that Mira is undefeated in the tournament so far, so has to lose twice to be eliminated. Gabriel has lost a match earlier in this event, so one more loss and he is out, and therefore Mira is champion. Gabriel with Bond into double Trespasser. Mira with discard spell into Celestis on the play. Pretty nice. Check for traps. Probably going to take the Bond, I imagine. The Trespasser is not a terrible hit with the check for traps though either. Without something like a meat hook in hand. You don't want to 2-for-1 yourself, removing this Trespasser, but at least there's a chance of it not being a 2-for-1. The Bond is always going to be a 2-for-1. There's a check for traps for Gabriel. Goes for it instead of the Trespasser, which you're kind of forced to do because this Celestis is in play. You can't risk getting invoked already on turn 4 on the play. Here comes the adversary train. Another check for traps. Using that Celestis mana. So good. Okay, 1 Trespasser down. Attack for 3. Not bad. There's an adversary, but without the Celestis mana, not quite as effective yet. Molten Impact, and a Braid, and a land. Very interesting. Mira also has Den online, if they want to go for that instead. Seems pretty unlikely that we'll see a Den activation though. Molten Impact, discard the land, get in for another 3. Down to 12. Gabriel needs a land. Check for traps is okay. You get rid of the Abrade, you've got the Abrade to answer the adversary or the Den. But the Den is now a bit of a threat. With Gabriel on 12. Will Mira activate the Den? Nope, goes for the Bond. Activating the Den could have been good because it gives you a Celestis trigger. Bond into land Bankbuster is not bad though, with again making use of this Celestis mana in a great way to be able to draw off the Bankbuster. And a huge choice for Gabriel. What is this Abrade getting used on? Is it the creature that's killing you? Is it the Bankbuster that's going to drown you? Is it the Celestis? It's got to be the creature, yeah. Feels so bad though. There's a land for the adversary. Gets another Abrade. Okay, that's a huge swing. Mira will get one draw off of this Bankbuster thanks to the Celestis again. And still has the Den. And hits another Bankbuster. Oh my god. Gabriel forced to hold back. That is an Invoke Despair. And I don't know, man. Holds it. So greedy, man. So what is this? Holds the Invoke Despair, plays the Bankbuster instead, finds another Den. Fable top deck. Now the Invoke Despair clears the Fable as well. Does leave the 2/2 token behind though. It's possible that maybe Gabriel will actually sack the 2/2 token, but I think the 2/2 token is kind of better than the 3. The 2/2 token that makes treasures is kind of better than the 3/3 here. If you've only got one creature, you're never going to be able to block the Hive anyway. The 2/2 can block the Den and gets at least some value from attacking, but obviously completely reasonable to keep the adversary too though. And that is another adversary for Mira. And this Celestis mana is going to be relevant yet again for getting Mira to 8 mana next turn to double buyback on the adversary without even having to commit the Takenuma. And save that to buy back another adversary later. The Celestis has just been so damn good. Double spell, Bond and Molten Impact. Get in for 4, draw 2. Still got the Celestis, still got the Bankbuster, still got the Den, still got the Hive, got the 4/4. Gabriel goes down to 6. What are you top decking here? If you're Gabriel, what can it be? It's a Bankbuster. Got no mana left after you draw. So mauling for 3, but comes in as a tap land. Gabriel concedes, and Mira is, in one match only, the champion, and wins our Alchemy Tournament. Congratulations, Mira. Absolutely dominated everyone. And it looks like it's going to be Rakdos mid-range that earns its place at the top of the mid-range pile standings. Grixis relegated to 2nd, but still a decent performance by Gabriel. 2nd place, nothing to scoff at. But congratulations again to Mira. That was insanely impressive. All the way through the upper bracket. Never lost. Just won literally every match. Mira is, I believe, 9-0, and every other person in the tournament lost twice. Now, if that's not impressive, I don't know what is. So a massive congratulations to Mira. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you next time. Ecuador! Ecuador!